Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the County Commissioners meeting of Montezuma County. Would you all rise with me for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Gentlemen, start your age.
Okay, gentlemen, first thing we have on our agenda are the minutes. Do we have any additions, corrections?
No.
No, they look good. I would make a motion that we approve our minutes from the meeting from July 6, 2021.
Second.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded to accept the proceedings of the Board of Commissioners, Montezuma County, July 6, 2021. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, planning. Let's see how the new hire is doing, and let's see what we have here. First thing we have is a public hearing, so Kim, would you go ahead and call the roll?
Certainly. Commissioner Candelaria.
Here.
Commissioner Lindsay.
Here.
Commissioner Stevenson.
Here.
Administrator Powers.
Here.
Attorney McLaren.
Here.
That might take me a while, just to say. And Kim Purcell, County Clerk. Notice is hereby given that the Montezuma County Board of County Commissioners will hold a public hearing for a review and determination of a proposed 3-lot minor and rezoning application submitted by Jerry and Susan Frye, agent Marc Rosenbaum, on property located at 25368 Road T.5, Dolores, Colorado, consisting of 35.90 acres, more or less, located south of Road T.5 and east of Road 25, situated in Section 14, Township 37 North, Range 16 West, N.M.P.M. The hearing will be held Tuesday, July 20th, 2021 at 9 a.m. Commissioners Hearing Room, Montezuma County Administrative Offices, 109 West Main, Cortez, Colorado. Interested persons may attend and give input. Information may be obtained from the Planning Office online services at https://co-montezuma-co.smartgovcommunity.com, public home. You may also contact the Planning Department at 970-565-2801 with questions. Dated the 6th day of July 2021, Kim Purcell Clerk, Board of County Commissioners, Montezuma County, Colorado. Published in the Cortez Journal on Wednesday, July 7th, 2021.
Okay, thank you, Kim.
Save my magic act?
I saw it, but he's coming back.
Well, I mean, around,
Good morning.
Good morning. So the Frys are looking to subdivide their property into 3 lots. This is Marc Rosenbaum. He's their agent. He is going to purchase the lot on the east, the 6.25, and the larger property in the middle. The Frys will keep the 3.6 acre lot for themselves. Planning and zoning was unanimous in recommending it for approval. The only conditions was the driveway permit for the east lot, which they have attained, and an easement agreement through lot, the Frys lot, which is a 3.6 acre parcel. It's currently a shared driveway. Marc has purchased another driveway permit, and I'll let him explain what he's planning on doing there.
Yeah, so pursuant to your concerns about the shared driveway, I just went ahead and got another permit, and that got approved by Rob last week. And so basically split the driveway with the survey, and in the event that there's any issue, we'll just widen both of them into 2 separate driveways.
Okay, so you're gonna, in the event of an issue, you're gonna put a widening to create 2 separate driveways, but your plan at this point in time is to still stay on the same driveway?
Yes. The access off the road is already like 4 driveways wide, so
Right.
Rob just looked at it and approved it. And there's room there to just widen the driveway. It's already wide anyway. So that was my
Can I ask a question
solution.
of why not do it now, prior to waiting? Here's my concern, is just
Yeah.
like I said last time, is that
Mhm.
whether you're here, the next person's here, it becomes an issue down the road
Right.
for the next commission or for somebody else to take care of. It's easier to resolve it right now,
Mhm.
to put the driveway in and eliminate the possibility or the potential for something down the road.
Yeah.
Just in our short period of time, or my short period of time, this has been it seems like it
Shoot.
gets kicked down the road, and that's what
Yeah.
I feel that we're doing here. If
Okay.
it's not put in,
Mm-hmm.
it's just getting kicked down the road, and I, for one, don't. If you've already gotten the driveway permit, just separate the driveways, put them to where they are on each lot.
Okay.
Those are my concerns, but I have 2 gentlemen here with me that can also speak to that.
Yeah, I think for future, because I've seen neighbors have split differences for quite a while.
Yeah.
I would go
Okay.
ahead and lay that driveway in.
Okay. I can
And-
do
and
that.
I realize that it is an issue and a concern right now. However, if you're splitting it and purchasing property, it just makes sense to have everything
Mhm.
individualized. I mean, you're not
Yeah.
sharing water, you're not sharing power, you're not sharing septics. We have one more issue to contend with,
Mm-hmm.
that if we get that done, then it's a clean piece of property for everybody, and nobody down the road has to deal with issues.
I understand that. Yeah, I can do that.
So,
I'm not opposed to that.
okay. Anything else?
I have nothing else.
I don't know.
And not that it matters, but the eastern lot turns out to not go all the way that far east. There's a sliver down that east side that's actually not on that's property, so it's going to be, it's been surveyed out already, so that lot turns into more like 5 1/4
Instead of the 6.25?
instead of 6 1/4. Yeah.
Which is still
Right.
plenty big enough.
Yeah.
Okay, this is more of a continuation. Do we need, I actually have to open this back up for public comment. Yes. Right, so, okay.
Previously, it was just a variance,
Yeah.
so this is the first time you're actually seeing the subdivision
Right.
application.
Okay, so then I will actually open this meeting up for public comment. Anybody wishing to speak for or against this subdivision application, please step to the podium. Give your name, address, and your information. Okay, seeing none, I'll close the public comment session of this, and I'll bring it back to the commissioners. Gentlemen.
Looks good to me. I would make a move that we approve this proposed 3-lot minor and rezoning application submitted by Jerry and SusanFrye, agent Marc Rosenbaum, on property located at 25368 County Road T.5, Dolores, Colorado.
Do you want to add the
And
contingency?
the
of
contingency of putting in the driveway.
Second.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded to accept the proposed 3-lot minor and rezoning application submitted by Jerry and SusanFrye, agent Marc Rosenbaum, on property located at 25368 Road T.5, Dolores, Colorado, consisting of 35.90 acres more or less, with the contingency of approval based on the driveway being individualized on each separate lot. Any other discussion?
No.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay,
There you go.
All right. Thank you.
put in a new driveway and you're good to go.
Do Does that need to get inspected or brought back to you guys?
Not the driveway, just as long as Rob's happy with the entrance.
Yep.
Okay.
And just make sure it's shown on the plat. Then there's no doubt, no question.
Yeah, the driveway, once you get onto your private lot, is really up to you. It's just everything in the right-of-way of the county has to be inspected by Rob.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. And we will close, we will close this public hearing. And it is 9:10, and we're going to jump right into the next one. Kim, would you go ahead and call the roll?
Okay, recorder's on. Commissioner Candelaria.
Here.
Commissioner Lindsay.
Here.
Commissioner Stevenson.
Here.
Administrator Powers.
Here.
Attorney McLaren.
Here.
And Kim Purcell, Montezuma County Clerk and Recorder. Notice is hereby given that the Montezuma County Board of County Commissioners will hold a public hearing for review and determination of a proposed subdivision amendment application to the Mountain Jerry ModerateSubdivision, submitted by Glenn and Jena Raleigh on property located at 40850 Road H, Mancos, Colorado, consisting of 8.69 acres, more or less, located south of Road H and east of Road 40.5, situated in Section 5, Township 35 North, Range 13 West, N.M.P.M. The hearing will be held Thursday, July 20th, 2021 at 9:10 a.m. Commissioners' Hearing Room, Montezuma County Administrative Offices at 109 West Main, Cortez, Colorado. Interested persons may attend and give input. Information may be obtained from the Planning Office online service at https://co-montezuma-co.smartgovcommunity.com, public home. You may also contact the Planning Department at 970-565-2801 with questions. Dated the 6th day of July, 2021, Kim Purcell, Clerk, Board of County Commissioners, Montezuma County, Colorado. Published in the Cortez Journal on Wednesday, July 7th, 2021.
Okay. Would you like to
Mr. Raleigh,
give
would
us-
you come up?
Give us an overview?
Oh, I guess he's not here. So this is basically a boundary line adjustment, but the Raleighs are in a subdivision, so they have to go through the subdivision process. They are looking to purchase 5 acres from Wilson Block, which is in the lower right-hand corner, and adjoin it to their subdivision property on the west, just to get more pasture for their horses for grazing.
And obviously, it's in a subdivision,
Yes.
it is?
Mountain Jerry.
The 2 lots on the west, north and south, are in the subdivision. Mr. Block is not. But it will be amending that 2-lot
And they're ju-
subdivision.
They're just increasing the acreage is all they're doing.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, gentlemen, questions? Planning,
Planning recommended it for approval.
okay, meets all the standards, okay. Well, then I will also open this up for public comment. Anybody wishing to speak for or against this application, please come forward to the podium, state your name and address, and tell us your thoughts. Okay, seeing none, then I will close the public comment section of this, and I'll bring it back to the commissioners. Gentlemen, do you have anything else to add, or?
No, I don't. It's pretty simple boundary adjustment inside of a subdivision, so I would move that we approve proposed subdivision amendment application to the Mountain Jerry Moderate Subdivision submitted by Glenn and Jena Raleigh on property located 40850 Road H, Mancos, Colorado.
And I'll
Consisting-
second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to accept the proposed subdivision amendment application to the Mountain Jerry Moderate Subdivision submitted by Glenn and Jena Raleigh on property located at 40850 Road H, Mancos, Colorado, consisting of 8.69 acres more or less. Any further discussion?
No.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Thank you.
The 9:20 is not actually a public hearing.
Correct, so we can go ahead and move forward with that. So, Don, do you want to give us,
Yeah, item number 1 on the agenda, we have amendment.
We're talking about,
I'm
The
going to the
920.
920, to the non-compliant property on 21 Road?
so, let me start with the letter that was sent. Get it to a size I can actually read here. This is to Mr. Belden or Moore at the address on Road 21, stating that we are aware of significant change in issues on the property, or in use on the property at 6330 Road 21, Cortez, making it a violation of the Montezuma County Land Use Code. Per the Land Use Code threshold standards that apply to all properties within the incorporated areas of Montezuma County, the standards apply unless a different use, or if I could read on a computer, this would help, unless a different threshold is established in an applicable zoning category or other development approval under the Land Use Code regulation. The standards are designed to ensure that development does not cause significant adverse impacts on other property in the area or conflict with the applicable provisions of the code. You currently have a few mobile homes and permanently parked and skirted RVs on your property being used as residents without having paid any road impact fees per the Land Use Code. Additionally, you can only have 2 residents on your property, or you will be requested to apply for a mobile home or RV planned unit development from the county. Also, per Chapter 5 of the Land Use Code, all residences on parcels under 35 acres are required to have a septic system. You're in violation of this requirement for all the mobile homes and RVs being inhabited. It also appears that you are not being compliant with the required setbacks per the Land Use Code for 1 or more sheds as well as residents, among other standards, outdoor storage, health, safety, and welfare, as well as nuisance standards. And you're scheduled to appear before the Board of Commissioners to discuss your lack of compliance and options to move forward on Tuesday, July 20th, 2021 at 9:20 a.m. And then here is some of the clearly inhabited RVs there that are skirted. I think it's clear from the pictures, Commission, that setbacks are not met, and there is no planned unit development for this area. You all have copies of an inspection that the environmental compliance officer for the health department did. There is a septic for 1 home and no other septics on the property. So at this point, I don't know if Mr. Belden or Mr. Phelps are here. They're welcome to come forward and they can discuss this with you.
All of that has been taken care of. There's 1 home,
Go ahead and state your name for the record.
Terry Building. I own the property, but Mr. Moore's buying it from me. We haven't re-registered it because it's still, there's 2 mortgages on that property. I'm carrying the 2nd mortgage myself. When I found out and discovered what was going on, I went down there and run 4 families off, period. They're gone, they don't exist, there's nothing there. The pictures you've got are way outdated. All of the RVs except for the big 5th wheel are gone. They don't exist. They're not even on the property. The health inspector came down and looked at it. They went down the ditch bank. The complaint was that they were dumping raw sewage on the ground. That's not true. It never has been true. There is 1 septic tank and on the permanent trailer that was there when I bought the property. The reason I know this is because they tore the septic leach field up, and I spent 1 whole summer here about 5 years ago down there on my hands and knees fixing it, repairing it. When they put in the water line, they ripped right through the leach field. So all of that's been fixed. There is a septic tank and the one skirted trailer, but none of the rest of them trailers are skirted. There are 2 big storage buildings out back and 2 motorhomes. Both those 2 motorhomes are licensed, but nobody lives in them. They're storage. There is one building up in front, a big fifth wheel, that they use to take showers with. There are 2 families living on that property, that's it. 6 people. And he called me this morning and said they had moved to 3 of the other storage trailers that they had on there, and they're supposed to move that other fifth wheel, the one that's clear up front, sometime tomorrow. If they don't pick it up tomorrow, it'll be next Wednesday, and it's gone. So everything that the county wanted has been complied to. I mean, I don't know what else to do.
I think it's more, this letter was sent because of the photos that were presented.
Yeah.
Obviously, these were there, the photos.
Oh, yeah, they were.
So it's not in compliance with the land use code, and with the land use code, we're just trying to get caught up on it. So
It is now. If you want to go down and inspect the property, please go.
Sure,
You know, I'm not hiding anything.
right.
No, I didn't know this was going on. He had a bunch of veterans that were not very capable of taking care of themselves. There were 6 families down there.
Mhm.
And I went down and run 4 of them off, literally myself. I went down and told them they were gone, they had to leave, and they did.
So basically, if everything that's stated in this letter is been complied to and it is in compliance, then I think we have no further issues. However,
Well-
if we do have something and we do run the inspection and is not in compliant, then we have to continue this to make sure that it comes into compliance with the land use code. So you
All you gotta
understand?
do is tell me
Okay.
what you want done, and I'll have it done.
Well, I think the letter's pretty specific on
Well,
everything.
we're
that-
having problems with the next door neighbor. I don't know how to do this. We've had to call the sheriff on him 4 times. He's shot into the property several times with a .22 rifle. He gets drunk and drives up and down the road. He's harassing these people really, really bad.
Which is kind of a civil issue, and I don't want to cut you short.
Yeah, no,
but
I understand
That's a civil
that.
issue that we're not trying to address. That's an issue for the sheriff to address, and that's just a phone call to the sheriff. However, what we're looking at for the land use code is just to make sure that we become compliant, because it was grossly out of compliance.
Oh, it was.
From everything that we have seen. So we're just trying to address that. So if you were saying you need another week or 2 to get 100% in compliance, we're willing to deal with that and give that to you?
He's got one more trailer that has to be moved.
Okay. So-
There were people living in it, but we ran the people off.
Sure, and I'm just saying, every time somebody tells me a day, I like to give them enough time to make sure that
Yeah.
it's actually.
Well, he told me they're supposed to pick it up tomorrow or next Wednesday. Now, that was what he told me this morning.
So if we give you to the end of the month, looking at a calendar,
11 days.
gives you 11 days, so by August 2nd, would you be in compliance with the land use code?
I
And
can't tell you until they actually show up and take the thing out of there.
Okay.
But that's the
So-
only one left.
Because there are fines from the attorneys, that fines can be levied
I
for being out
understand
of
that.
compliance, which is not where we want to go.
Yeah.
Would rather ask and give you enough time to become
Well, that's what
compliant.
all you gotta do is ask me and I'll have it done.
Okay, so I'm gonna, then, Don, does that sound fair to you on August 2nd?
Sure, that's
To
good.
give them,
Has Mr. Moore removed all of his Tomahawk Lodge piles of,
We're working on
Scrap.
it. It ain't gone yet, but we're working on it. He's got one huge pile of junk lumber and stuff, but we can't burn.
right?
And then he's got
right.
one other pile of trash, and he's taking stuff little by little every week down there to where all that stuff came from out of there.
Okay, good.
Yeah, that was a mess.
Yeah. Yeah, that needs to all be gone
Oh,
too,
yeah,
because
yeah.
that'll create its own fire hazard.
Yeah. Well, it's,
The backside there.
no, I agree.
Thank you.
so we're gonna give you until August 2nd. At that point in time, we'll do an inspection.
Yeah.
And if you are out of compliant, then we will probably move forward, if that's enough time. I want to make sure I give you enough time.
Like I said, I don't know. I can't be honest. All I can tell you is what he has told me.
Okay.
Uh,
Because when we go down to do an inspection, and if it's not in compliant, then we're gonna take the next step.
Yeah, I understand.
All right. So August 2nd, gentlemen, does that seem reasonable, or?
Yeah.
I think so.
So I would probably make a trip down there and look at it yourself and talk to
Oh,
the
yeah.
gentleman and,
Yeah, well, I've been trying to go down there once a week now after all of that,
um,
because it's still in my name.
sure, and that's why we're addressing you.
Yeah.
Do you have any idea when transfer of property will take place?
No, well, since him and his partner fell apart up there at the Tomahawk Lodge and that Moore's Trading Post, I don't know what he's gonna do.
Okay.
He has several ideas bouncing around in his head, and he is paying a monthly rent to me.
Okay.
So, as long as that is stable, I'm not gonna do a lot of, other than make damn sure he's not doing something else he ain't supposed to.
Okay.
We would appreciate that very much.
Yeah, well, you know, I was born and raised here. I'm not gonna do a whole lot. But,
Thank you for coming.
yes,
in.
thank you.
All right.
Appreciate you coming in.
Thank you, sir. You have till August 2nd, and then we'll do our inspection. Okay, all right, Don. We are right on time, so item number 1.
Item number 1 is an amendment to Resolution P-8-96 for 3D Farms. They had 5 acres exempted from their farm back in '96, and now they would like to adjust that 5 acres to a 20-acre parcel, and along with the house and the barn, and they're looking to sell that off from the rest of the ag land. So it would just be to amend that 5 acres to a 20-acre parcel.
And the remaining acreage is about 320.
So it's everything to the east or west?
To the east.
To the east. Because it's not in production right now, correct? What they're adding?
Right, the property north of there, it doesn't cover any ag land,
No,
it's
it's
just,
not.
Looks like
Ag land.
it's, not sure what it is, so. Okay, any questions, comments?
No.
Okay, entertain.
I would move that we approve this resolution P-8-96, first amended and Mylar submitted by 3D Farms, property located at 12225 Road BB, Pleasant View, Colorado.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to accept the resolution P-8-96 for the First Amendment and Mylar submitted by 3D Farms on property located at 12225 Road BB, Pleasant, Colorado, consisting of 320 acres more or less. Any further discussion?
No.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Item number 2.
Item number 2 is a sketch plan for a 20-lot major subdivision. I believe we have the agent. Carol? We'll have them come up and explain.
Thank you.
This is out on Road M, just west of Road 20. I'll let Carol, the property owner, explain or answer any questions that you've got.
Okay. Good morning.
Morning. Good morning. About 8 or 9 years ago, we started this, and my husband got sick, so I did not continue it. There's 20 acres that have been temporarily or proposed, naming it Whispering Meadows. You can see the lot. We've already got approval from the road department and the fire department. And I've already put a trailer on lot number 1 to kind of be an office. It will be removed when the subdivision is, if the subdivision is approved. Any other questions, or? I know the county needs lots. My real estate broker can tell you that.
Where on, exactly west of, on Emerald?
It's 21.
Right at the.
21.
right at the
21,
end?
21, yeah.
Yeah, so if you head north of Cortez and make a turn west on N, and then go to turn south on 21,
Yep,
that kind of curves around and turns into M, starts heading west again.
okay,
M does
Right
not,
there.
yeah, M does not go through to the highway at that point.
correct.
You
because
must
of the
go around,
canyon.
which
Around the
is
canyon.
kind of nice because there's not a lot of traffic, speeding back and forth there.
So,
The lots are between 3 and 4 acres, I believe.
and you've actually, the fire chief's in here, so I'm gonna ask this question. The 3 lots that are up front, here's my concern, is there's not 2 means of egress.
That was my question too, Jenny.
What was that?
And he,
That there
and
wasn't
he's
two
okay with
means of
it.
egress. That was
Here
his-
again, another issue that we're having are 2 means of egress to these subdivisions. This is a 20-lot subdivision, which could encompass 40, when it's built out, 40 traffic counts for the people in there. If you have an issue out there, one way in, one way out is not ideal for any means. But if the fire chief has looked at it and he's okay with it, then.
He has,
I mean, my concern is always 2 means of egress.
yes,
That was our concern, so that's why we
yeah.
Sent it.
Jenny.
Are those 3 lots up front, those are separate already? They're not part of this subdivision?
They were subdivided approximately 22 years ago off an original 80-acre lot, yes. And they each have their own driveway to Road M, right? Yeah, they each had their own driveway to Road M.
Okay. That's my concern. I just, Cedar Mesa Ranches is always in the back of my mind as
Yeah,
one of the
one way
biggest
in, one way out.
hazards that we have in this county, and it's becoming densely populated, and with our fire and drought situations, it's a big concern.
But everything was okay with it, correct? Yeah. mhm.
Gentlemen?
Pretty
I
straightforward.
think it's a perfect place for a subdivision. It's not ag land and
It's,
place for homes,
it's all,
pinyons and cedars
yeah,
and
pretty much.
sagebrush.
Water
probably more
availability
safety
through Montezuma water?
Yes, when I purchased the property 28 years ago, there was no road there. It was just a grassy
Two-track,
road.
like a two-track road.
Yeah, and there was no water lines either. And I fought for many years to get the road in and the water lines in. In fact, I purchased 8 water taps 10, 12 years ago, so they could, to make it so the water company could put the water lines in. And I've been paying on them for 10, 12 years now.
Okay. So I guess the next step is it goes back to plan, or it will go to planning now. It hasn't been to planning yet. This is just a sketch plan.
Correct.
Okay.
This is just so that you know what's coming down.
Yep. And then we'll let them do their vetting, and then it'll come back to
Yeah.
us once we get through that process. Okay,
All right,
all right.
Thank you.
very good.
Okay.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Have a good day. Number
Next
3.
item is Resolution 8-2021. It is to adopt the school land dedication fee schedule from School District RE1 into our land use code fee schedule. They took that to their school board last spring, and it was adopted May 11th. we ran this by John Baxter a couple weeks ago, and he just said we needed to adopt it with a resolution.
Okay. You don't have it, Kim? Can you get it first? Do you have the first signatures, Don?
I do.
You, okay. We have it.
I guess I can give it
Um,
to you.
So do you want to give another brief, a little bit, why it was discussed previously when we went through the land use code and what you
Right,
found?
so, and I don't know what propagated it from RE1, other than it's been since 2006, since they reviewed their fees in lieu of a land dedication. They went through and did the same analysis that they used to figure out the fees previously. They take all the different sales of all the different properties over the years, and they prorate it. And what we had before, they had 3 different fee schedules listed: single family, multifamily, but nothing was ever done other than the basic fee for any subdivision. So they eliminated the 3 different fee schedules, made it into one, and they updated it, just prorating the same formula from before in '06 to current values.
So the 1, 2, 3, 4th whereas the flat fee of the $1,043.85 would be
Correct.
for any development, whether it's a minor, moderate, or major?
Correct.
Okay.
The previous fee was $817 and change.
And just to be clear that this, yeah, this would be for any subdivision.
Correct.
Yeah.
Whether it's 2 lots or 20 lots?
Right.
Or 50 lots, just, yeah.
50 lots.
Which was
is
the
just
same
one
case
flat fee.
previously.
Yeah, the same case, yeah.
The 3 schedules, I haven't been here that long, 2.5 years, but they never charged anything different than the base $817 previously, so we just simplified it in working with them to do one fee for everything and
Well, we
Make
want to
it easier.
simplify something.
make it clear and straightforward, and then they did their fee figuring with their analysis that they've had previously.
I mean, I can see why they did it that way in the past. I mean, if you have
Well, yeah.
2 lots compared to
Yeah.
a 20 lots and you're paying the same amount of money. it's-
Well, it really didn't address that.
No,
Right.
It was a subdivision was one fee, then if you were trying to do a multifamily dwelling, which would be a triplex or something bigger, apartments maybe, was a different fee.
But, I get it. But this all complies with the statute, correct, Ian? Of what the school board has presented to us?
Yeah, this is something that John dealt with primarily, but
Okay.
yeah, my understanding is it's all in compliance. We just need to adopt it
Okay.
via resolution.
All right. Well then, gentlemen.
Ready?
Yep.
Move we adopt Resolution 8-2021 to adopt the revised school land dedication/fee resolution submitted by Montezuma Cortez School District RE1.
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded to accept resolution number 8, 2021 to adopt the revised school land dedication fee resolution submitted by Montezuma Cortez School District RE1. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay.
The 4th item is something that you've seen. It was the Johnson subdivision over between Cortez and Mancos, north on Road 34. Yeah. Single lot development. Since that was approved and in the process of surveying, that property has now changed hands. So I did run by this by John, and they are not changing the subdivision as it was presented, as it was approved by the BOCC. They are just different property owners now, and so they are wanting to record the Mylar and finalize the project. John's statement was that it goes with the land, not with the owners. Because the owners can't take the subdivision with them. So
Right.
what was proposed and approved on that property is still the same, exactly as it was presented. The only difference is they have purchased a driveway permit for the main big house, and they'll relocate a driveway south of where the single lot development is and not include an access easement through that 3-acre parcel. So which simplifies things in the long run.
Okay. So is
It'll
all
have
we
its
need to
own
do is
separate driveway.
sign the Mylar with its own separate driveway.
Correct.
Perfect. Okay. Do you have it?
We do have it.
All right.
We've got 3 to sign.
And we've got one more item
Okay. Oh, all
Oh,
right.
yeah, we do have a,
Must be
that
added.
came
An
in
add-on.
yesterday.
Must be added because I don't have it.
Yes.
It's added yesterday.
Okay, we'll go to item number 5 then.
this one is for Jesse Linhart. It's an after-the-fact exemption. In the early 80s, her dad farmed a 3-acre parcel off of west side of Road 44. That parcel was actually connected to the property on the east in a 40-acre. Road 44 cut off the 3 acres. It was never ran through the Board of County Commissioners. Perry Lewis purchased it from his uncle as the 3-acre deeded parcel, but it was never
Broken
made
off.
compliant per the exemption rules and regulations. So since then, Mr. Lewis's daughter, Jessie Linhart, has purchased the property, and she would like to get the exemption completed to make it compliant.
So it'd be a standalone lot?
Correct.
3-acre lot?
She's got a driveway permit there on the northeast corner of the lot. So she's just finishing up what wasn't done previously.
Just to make it compliant with the county.
Okay.
And it took a lot of phone calls to get this to this point.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yes.
yes, this has been a process of discussions. Just because you have deeded property doesn't mean it was created legally,
Yeah.
but you
Correct.
can buy it and sell it.
So this just kind of cleans it up for that 3-acre parcel then?
Yeah.
And the road splits the property?
Correct.
Okay.
And her parents own the 40 acres or 80 acres to the west, so it does join their property as well.
Okay, so this is an after the fact? Okay, gentlemen, what's your pleasure?
I would move that we approve this after-the-fact exemption for Jesse Lenhart at 43992 County Road M, Mancos, Colorado.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to accept.
Oh, I got the wrong address on there, guys. It's 12461 Road 44, Mancos.
There you go.
That was a mailing address.
To accept an after-the-fact exemption to Jesse Lenhart at address 12461 Road 44, Mancos, Colorado. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
I think we're down to signatures. Is it working? Did you write with it?
I'm good right now.
Test.
It doesn't say county lawyer. Oh, no, that's a more official, fancy term. What's the difference between lawyer and attorney? Attorneys call themselves attorneys because it sounds more highfalutin. Everybody else, I think. I don't know. To get your cell phone and stuff. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Good. Yeah. Let me,
In case he gets in trouble.
yeah, so I'll get it to you at lunch. I was talking to. I was talking to one of the public defenders this morning. To him in the parking lot. He's got a jury trial going on at Duck Creek. And he was really shocked and upset because two of the jurors said that their hobbies were shooting prairie dogs. This is scary.
Where is he from?
I'll give you. Just too good, right?
We better hurry up, because you said George was not going to be able to be here, right, Shaq?
And apparently he might make it now.
Well. Okay then. I won't shred it.
That's all we got, unless you want to spend some more time with us.
Well, no, good job. Good working on
Thank
your
you, guys.
trainee and
Yeah.
see if you can get her up
She's
to
a work in
speed.
progress.
And we'll go from there. Thank you, guys.
All right, thank
Appreciate
you.
Thank you.
it. Okay, next on our agenda, we have our public comment session. Board of Montezuma County Commissioners welcomes you to this meeting. Person speaking during the public comment will be limited to 3 minutes, or depending on the number of people wishing to speak, it may be reduced to allow all members of the public the opportunity to address the board. When addressing the board, please state your name and address for the record prior to providing your comments, and comments to individual supervisors or staff are not permitted. Participants may not yield their time to others. With that, we will open up the public comment session.
Go ahead and come to the microphone at the podium and state your name and address for the record, please, sir.
Hi, so my name is Gary Welch. I think that's Mr. Schechter on the end. I'm
Yeah,
with the,
and Mr. Welch, I actually have you next on the agenda.
oh, okay.
So-
Yeah, after
I
public
didn't know what
comment.
to.
Yeah,
Okay.
you won't have to do it in a 3-minute session. This is just.
Yeah, you'll have more
public
time.
comment.
Oh, okay. Thank
Okay.
you,
All
thank you.
right. Anybody else?
Ellie could have stayed up there.
Come forward, sir.
My name is Eddie Hirschberger, 200 East First in Mancos, and I'm here to address the board to see if I could get a little help replacing some stop signs, which has been really exaggerated by the construction on the new bridge in Mancos. All the traffic's been diverted down East First, and I've worked with the town of Mancos, no satisfaction. I just thought I'd try here, see if the board could do me any help.
Where is it at?
East First in Mancos.
Right across the river where they're replacing the new bridge, all that traffic's being diverted through the neighborhood there. And I don't think there's anything we can do. It's inside the
It's
municipality.
inside.
Well, they tell me they can't do anything because it's controlled by the state, so.
The state does control Highway 1. It's 184 that
No,
goes
this
just
is
south.
the East First Street in Mancos.
No, the
Where-
Memphis Town Board should be able to help.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Highway 160 that crosses and becomes Grand Avenue.
That's the business district.
184 goes all the way to the bridge.
This is one block south to the east.
Yeah, that's
But
a
Town of
municipality.
Mancos says they can't do anything because it's controlled by the state, so.
Well, that's a town road. The town's
Yeah, that's-
got the jurisdiction over that. The state, they have the jurisdiction on the highway, but not the
Right, so
streets.
I don't see how the town can't have jurisdiction. Why it belongs to the state's beyond me, but, well, I appreciate your time and.
Yeah, I wish we could help
Well-
you, but that's actually a municipal issue that you'd have to go talk to the town of Mancos.
Well, I've talked to the sheriff's department, the marshal, the mayor, and they just tell me they can't do anything about it, so.
Let me make sure
Yeah.
we're all talking about the same intersection here.
Further south. I mean, further north, excuse me. Catholic Church, a little further north.
It only drags a certain speed.
East First, right there, 200 East First. And the stop signs used to be on the corner of Aztec and East First, And the town come and took them down and said they weren't properly authorized. But they were there for 15 years, so.
Yeah, and that's definitely in the township of Mancos, which we have no jurisdiction within the townships of Mancos, Dolores, or Cortez. Those are all ran by their councils, so you would have to address their council, and they meet on Wednesday nights.
The second and fourth Wednesday
and fourth
night.
Wednesday of the month.
Right.
So.
And for their planning or their town hall? Well, I'd be happy to talk to Heather and find out what the situation is. If they just need stop signs, I'm sure we could help with the physical signs, but if it's the placing of them, that's kind of a town deal.
Yeah.
But for a temporary deal, just to slow people down back there while they're rebuilding that bridge, because all of that traffic coming from Weber Canyon's having to divert through that neighborhood to get around there since that bridge is out.
Well, Joel, you're gonna be at that meeting tomorrow night, right?
I didn't know anything about it. I guess I am.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, you and.
This must be a special meeting because they had their regular meeting last Wednesday, so.
Right, well, I mean, I don't see any reason.
28th.
I don't see any reason you can't go with Mr. Hirschberger and give him a hand.
We'll go fight with him, Eddie.
All right. Thank you, Joel. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks.
I thought it was on the 28th.
It is. Next
So
meeting.
it's next week, not tomorrow.
Let's see.
Okay. Anybody else?
Big blue jay ought to go in.
Okay. Well then, Mr. Welsh, if you would like to now come forward, we're going to discuss your project EVHN.
Yes, sir.
And you can have a seat at the table with that microphone if you prefer. Just tap it and make sure it's on.
All right. So, yes, I said before, my name is Gary Welch. I'm with Project, it's Evan. I pronounce it Evan. It is an acronym for End Veteran Homelessness. I'm a veteran myself. And what I wanted to do, I wanted to bring, my project here to Cortez. I want to relocate here myself. Currently, I'm a truck driver in Fort Collins. But I've had this project in mind for, quite a few years now, and it's starting to, take shape. I'm getting a lot of support from folks. But, Cortez, seems to be a special place. And I'd like to bring my business here, hopefully create some jobs. But what I want to do is actually construct what I call microhomes, and that's what they are now. This particular model is actually a storage unit in Home Depot there in Fort Collins. But after talking with some folks, we found no reason why it couldn't be codified, for habitability. The beauty of these things is they're really cheap, and as it turns out, they have multiple uses. For example, getting homeless off the streets, into somewhere safe and stable. My original purpose was to house, not homeless veterans per se, but sometimes, when a veteran goes homeless, there's usually a family in tow. So that's the ones I'm concerned with. It's the actual families. But, just cruising around the Colorado and, Kansas, Oklahoma, I've actually learned that the dynamics of homelessness, especially for women, it's extremely hard. Cleanliness being a main concern. So if these people had somewhere to go, to be clean and actually be able to cook for themselves, sleep properly, it's much better to take care of them, to get out of their situations, you know, whatever they may be. These photos here are what they look like in their skeletal forms. You know, obviously they'll be insulated and drywalled, that have power run to them, that have plumbing, showers, you know, the minimal stuff, you know, just to keep costs down. But this is what I wanted to bring to Cortez. If you have any questions,
Do you have capital to begin purchasing land to put these on?
Oh, okay, so, almost. I'm trying to work on the building. It's 22989 Road F, which is over there by the airport. It's 7.5 acres, which hopefully, if I can get a hold of that property, then that's where I'll start constructing. But yeah, I'm in the process of working that capital issue. This particular, what we're seeing on the screen is actually a proposal for Frisco, Colorado. It's an emergency proposal. They had, they're having housing shortage. Their employees are actually quitting their jobs and leaving because they can't afford housing, which actually brings a good point. These houses could be rent controlled. So if a government entity were to give me a contract or whatever the rent, you know, they would charge to house people would go right back to that government entity. You know, my thing is a nonprofit, so I would take what I need to get by, but other than that, the money goes right back to the government.
So I would recommend starting with our planning department about, after you acquire the land, what it would take to do a planned unit development. And as far as working with a nonprofit for the housing end of it, the county doesn't get involved in the administration of that, but you might reach out to Kelly Willis at the Pinion Project. I know they're involved in another similar project right now.
Okay. Kelly Willis. Okay. Any other questions, perhaps?
I don't really have any. I mean, it's just a matter of going through the planning process to see what you can and cannot do, depending on what, you know, the size that you want to get to.
Mm-hmm. Well, this particular one is 16 by 24, I believe. The maximum I would go is 16 by 32. Because the whole object is to keep costs down.
Right.
Well, there is a need for that in this community.
But the planning portion of it will establish your water, your power, your, you know, what do you have down there that you can get to these so that they are habitable.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, whatever the county would need or whatever. Yeah. But I will definitely get with planning. Thank you, John.
And so the planning department's right there.
Okay.
So yeah.
I'll just move a seat over.
Yeah.
Thank you, folks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I'm going to kind of skip because we had mentioned to the BLM that we would kind of hold them right to 10 o'clock. It's 10 o'clock. So I'm going to skip ahead a couple items. Sorry, Rachel, Doug, Sheriff, but I'm going to go ahead and jump to the BLM and we'll get them out of here. So, Connie, I'll hold to the promise that we said we'd try and get you out of here at 10 o'clock, or up to us by 10 o'clock.
Well, and I have to apologize to the board. Ray O'Neill, our monument manager, was going to Zoom call in, and we're trying to get him that Zoom link, so.
I sent that to you.
Oh, okay, did you?
I replied to your email, yes, ma'am.
Oh, I haven't gotten it. So, still not received it, Shaq, so.
Well, how about I email it directly to Ray?
Yeah, send it to Ray O'Neill, that'd be great. He's trying to connect in so he can give you an update on Canyons of the Ancients. So, good morning.
Good morning.
And I hope you're all doing well. I don't have a lot to update on, but hoping to continue to be here in the present rather than via virtual, just to be able to get to know the board and you to get to know us. So I'm looking forward to being back in real life with the board in the future. So I just wanted to give a big thank you to the Board of Commissioners in Montezuma County for working with us on the Summit parking area. Recently, you have been working with us on the gravel and getting the access road perfected so that we can welcome folks to park there. So we're making good progress on that parking area for the Summit area. And again, that access is just foot and horse access to people, but over 1,200 acres now of public lands are available for people to go and enjoy. So very excited about getting that going. We'll be getting some signing in this fall and getting that set up now. Just a reminder to everybody, there is a winter closure in that area, so it would be closed as of December 1st for wildlife protection until mid to late April, depending on conditions. So great place to go. I really appreciate the county's partnership on that. So just wanted to let everybody know we are looking forward to getting that finished up and going. I was kind of wondering what was going on with fire restrictions. It sounded like the Montezuma County is going to remain in stage 1 fire restrictions. We recently had a conversation within BLM and Forest Service. It sounds like Forest Service may be going out of stage 1. I believe that BLM will stay in stage 1 for just a little bit longer. I know we have a week of relief, but we really want to monitor conditions. We did have a human start fire, presumed human start fire in Durango this year. So, you know, as we all know, the fuels remain tender dry even with a little bit of moisture. So we're going to monitor the conditions on that. That said, stage 1 fire restrictions do allow for folks to have campfires in designated fire rings in our campgrounds. So it doesn't preclude that opportunity. It just does not allow for people to have it in dispersed camping scenarios with like rock fire rings and such. So hope everybody understands and will continue to be mindful of using fire out there. We all know it's super dry. So just to give you an update on that. And that was really all I had as far as updates for Trace Rios field office. I don't know if Ray was able to join us.
Not
Not
yet.
I
yet.
don't see anybody.
Okay.
I did get an email, I think we all got it from Derek, that they are going to lift their stage 1 fire restrictions as of this Thursday,
Okay.
July 22nd.
I heard as much, so that's
But
good.
we haven't been presented by anything from our sheriff, so our ban is still in effect.
In effect, okay.
Yeah.
And I know in speaking with the board in Dolores County, they're going to remain in stage 1 fire restrictions as well. Obviously, that makes some sense with the lower elevation versus the higher elevation. So hopefully the public understands how that, you know, works with, they're getting a little bit more moisture relief up there. It's higher elevation, you know, recovery rates are higher with humidity and that sort of thing. So if we can just wait a minute and see if Ray is going to get on. I was wondering if the board had an update on the NCA legislation for Dolores River and kind of where you are at with that, and if you had any more information requests of the BLM. As you know, we presented both a wild and scenic informational session and an informational session on national conservation areas. We hope that was helpful for you and the other boards that attended as well as the public, and just kind of wanted to get an update on what you know about it.
Well, if you stick around until 1:30
Oh, 1:30?
today.
Yeah, it's on your agenda.
Helen Katich is supposed to give us some kind of an update. We still don't have a draft. We don't have anything to look at
Okay.
any more than we did 3 months ago. But apparently today, Senator Hickenlooper's office,
Oh,
his
Hickenlooper's
staffer's
office?
going to give
Okay.
us an update of where that's at.
Okay.
At CCI, we did talk to John Whitney, Shaq, and myself, and is all we got at that point in time was the draft was still in the draft form and nothing had been presented yet. So
Okay, very good.
we have no information.
Yeah, and as everybody knows, that this isn't something that's driven by the BLM. It's driven by the community's interest in having a national conservation area. It's a grassroots effort. So BLM certainly isn't pushing this. In fact, we won't be asked any questions until it actually gets introduced in Congress, and then the BLM, through our legislative affairs folks in our headquarters, will go back and ask if there's any challenges with some of the legislation or if we have any issues with it. A lot of times it's just the implementability of legislation, and so that's really our role. But certainly with us being local to you folks, we're happy to provide data, information, whatever that would feed into that process. So if you hear something, please let us know. I also extended that to the Dolores board. They had said something about the draft legislation they thought maybe coming out in September, and community meetings being set up at that time, but didn't have a lot of concrete dates or times. But that's what I learned from them yesterday, and I know that you guys at the last meeting at the NCAs with the informational session, you had asked to perhaps be sitting at the table. So I didn't know if anything had.
Correct, and that's still our plan, is to be at the table.
Okay.
You know, here again, I don't think they have it put together. So
okay,
we're
you.
just kind of waiting for that draft.
Very good. That's all I had from Trace Rios, and if Ray wasn't able to get on, I can try to give you a couple updates from Canyons of the Ancients. So, as you know, we are working diligently on getting the Painted Hand Road relocated. We're thinking we'll be able to go to a contract this winter sometime. So we have a pretty good design to move the road entirely onto BLM, so we can respect the private property that's in that area and get the public to Painted Hand, and also the Cutthroat Castle area with the Park Service. And in addition to that, we'll be doing some trailhead and Painted Hand parking lot improvements with a better parking lot, a better trail, update the features and really welcome people with some interpretive signing and such. So hoping this happens this winter. It looks like everything's aligning contract-wise for that to happen. So let's see, what else at Canham? We're open 3 days a week right now. We're hoping to get open more days a week. The visitor center obviously is free. The museum does have a $6 fee now, and that is, we are not receiving money. We are doing everything paperless now through rec.gov. So if visitors want to come, the staff can help them get that paid for through that mechanism. So we have a wild horse and burro exhibit up at the Canyons of the Ancients Visitor Center Museum. It's open to the public. It's some beautiful photography of our horse management areas in BLM, Colorado, all of our horse management areas on the western slope. So really encourage the public to get up there and check out the exhibit. We're hoping that the sheriff will provide us an event coming in September-ish with his mounted patrol folks. As you know, those are wild horses that were adopted by the sheriff's department and made an active member of the sheriff's department. So we're pretty jazzed about that connection locally. So
How I mean, a year ago or pre-COVID, we attended a BLM session out in Las Vegas, a NACO session, and are we still overrun with wild horses pretty much on the western slope of the United States? Or have they been able to-
the BLM continues, and we're mainly in the 13 western states. Within horse areas, generally speaking in the west, there's challenges with population control. We have the great fortune of having smaller herds. Generally speaking, we do have a horse gather planned for northwestern Colorado. They're getting ready to get that horse gather going. We have been able to implement a fertility control program both in our horse management area and Grand Junction. So we're doing okay. We're able to manage our population. If in fact we ever have to do a reduction in horses, we'll do that through a bait gather, which is where you set up corrals and you entice them with either salt or water or something, and you trap a few at a time in a corral situation, and then you get those horses adopted out. So it's a great way to do it. We have the luxury of having a small herd that we've been able to successfully implement fertility control on. We used to have about 11 foals a year And that kind of basically doubles your herd size every 4 years. By implementing fertility control, we're down to between 1 and 4 foals a year, which kind of almost puts you at a 0 population control overall. And that really is our goal, is what mortality happens in the herd from older horses is, equalized with the new foals coming into the herd. So we're very proud of what we're doing out there. We have been doing additional water developments out there just because of the drought situation. So we are installing a few more of those just to make sure that we have better distribution of water availability so the horses move around better.
Are you having to haul water down there to the horses?
Not so far, fingers crossed. So the gathering, they're called tricklers, and they gather up the rainwater and put them like in a tank, so it gives us more sustainable water resource. And then we also have some natural flows out there. But our springs are drying up, this year. Everybody knows that. So what we had as spring developments in the past are no longer flowing the last couple years. So we're really trying to do some improvements out there to ensure that we don't have to haul water. So, yeah, if you ever get a chance to go out to Spring Creek Basin, it's up in San Miguel County, but it's a great trip, and you do see horses out there. It's 22,000 acres, and it's fun to go out there and see the wild horses. So.
Are they truly wild, or are they all feral horses?
Nope, they are truly wild under the Wild Horse and Burro Act. So, unlike the ones that are on Mesa Verde, which were trespass.
Yeah.
So, yep, there is a distinction. That's all I have, and I apologize that Ray wasn't able to get on. We'll try to.
Yeah,
make
I've
sure.
sent him the link. James has sent it. There's
Thank
some
you.
kind of
That's okay.
glitch somewhere, but
All right. We do have some work sessions scheduled. I think James is going to bring up some items that we've been working on staff to staff. So I believe he's going to bring that up with the board. So in any event, we'll see you next month. And thank
right.
you for squeezing me in. I
Yep. Thank you. Thank you.
appreciate
You bet.
the other folks kind of altering their schedules for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Connie. Okay, now we'll go back up to the top. Doug, with the GIS department. Doug and Rachel.
Good morning, Commissioners. Yeah, we're just, main goal today is to get approval to pay an invoice that we have due here from the imagery project. It's payable to Eagle View. And we have a remaining balance due for that project of $32,568. That is covered. We do have in that budget item, we have a little over $34,000 that is covered in the budget. And what we have is just a general overview of the project. Total project cost was $43,424. We paid a deposit to get the project off the ground last March, or I'm sorry, a year ago, March, of $10,856, and that's why we have the remainder of the project due today. And we have received our payment from all of our partners. Jack, if you looked at in the Dropbox GIS, there's a list of our partners, which might be helpful to look at really closely. We have received all of those funds from our partners, including over $14,000 from the City of Cortez, Sanitation District, Town of Dolores, Mancos, Rico, Dove Creek, Dolores County, and CDOT. They've all submitted. Those payments have been entered into the general fund last fall. So we should be all square with that. And the project, a couple months ago, I came with some frustrations as far as the project getting completed and what we're going to see as a result of that. And when we did receive the imagery, we looked at it as well as with our main Dolores County GIS contact, and it seemed to be sufficient imagery. There were some really good leaf-off imagery, and imagery that did have some leaves had significantly few shadows, that it didn't obstruct things. So we were happy with this result. The project that they did, which is why we rejected it this time last year, was that it had a combination of both leaf on and heavy shadowing, which really degraded the imagery. So we feel we
So
can.
This is almost a 2-year project now, right?
Well,
Yeah, this
I mean,
was
it's
originally
been-
approved in the 2020 budget. We approved it in 2019 and had to carry it over to this year, correct?
And that's why,
I was like,
despite
"God, I remember
us,
this from like one of my first days here, I think."
and that's why this should not be this hard, and that's why we won't be going with this contractor anymore, because we know the product we want, and this has taken a lot of our staff time just to deal with maintaining it, as well as your time and having us giving you updates and go through the whole thing. When this is a pretty standard thing as far as what we're looking at getting, pricing, and so forth. So just like anything else.
So we're complete, finally, and you're happy.
Finally. We're finally happy.
Okay.
Product is in-house.
Yeah, but as long as I have any say in it, we won't be going with this contract anymore. It should be a very cut and dry thing.
Okay.
In the future, and this project was not. So.
And this is, all that pictometry is uploaded now, correct?
Yeah, if you zoom in,
this
it
is
turns on.
current.
We have.
Like zoom into the fairgrounds.
Yeah, well, you can see there's where the.
We own fairgrounds?
The people of Montezuma County do.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, you learn something new every day.
Fairgrounds is just right by that state line there. It's green. It's colored like a park. If you zoom in some, well, you can see there's some trees.
Some shadowing.
And we're processing it. We're already picking up some new construction and sending it off to the assessor's office, which is kind of the point of this stuff, picking up a lot of things that have been built, whether it's homes or other large buildings that assessors might not have on their system. So it is proving very, very valuable. And we do have a large swath that goes from south of Cortez all the way up through the town of Dolores, as well as the town of Mancos. So it's a very useful product to have. And
Did you catch anybody out riding the paths?
it could be, I don't know, what does the parking lot look like? This was the springtime. I don't know what.
Well, it looks pretty full.
There's a good amount of cars out there, so.
Yeah.
Usually they fly in the mornings
I
before.
think I quietly see Joel's car there.
Yeah, there's another car there, buddy. Unless there was a cow running around that parking lot.
There's a camper van with some solar panels on top, so. So we're just looking at closing this out. This is, we did have some good partners. They're happy with it. We're serving the data off of our servers now. And,
So we don't need any approval. This was already approved.
yeah, but I think just to pay the invoice, do we need the approval to go ahead and pay that remainder amount of?
We had approved it 2 years ago or 2019 or something.
Well, just give the approval, then there's no question.
All right, well,
Motion, we approve the bid for GIS imagery.
Second it.
okay, it's been moved and seconded to close out the GIS pictometry bid, and the remaining amount due is $32,568. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay,
All right, thank you.
what else do you have?
I asked him to come back in later during your guys' report to discuss redistricting lines on the map.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you seen that redistricting map?
I briefly looked at that, but I haven't paid much attention because, we're talking about first drafts, and I know how we have typically done redistricting in the past.
Okay.
So we'll talk about that.
All right, very good. Okay, with that then, we're going to move right into our public safety and portion. And Steve, Sheriff, would you like to come forward?
You're here again?
We stayed tonight.
I think we did stay tonight.
At least I got a shower. Good morning. I guess, yeah, it's still morning. Okay. Just to touch on a little bit what Connie Clements had said about the Forest Service. Derek Padilla sent me a message saying that the forest will go and remove Stage 1 fire restrictions on the 22nd. Okay. You're doing a very good job connecting, Sheriff.
What's that?
You're doing a good job connecting.
Hey, look at that. See, you
There it
just
is.
thought that I was not that technically savvy, and I'm not, so I'm working on it. Okay. Calls for service for the month of June 2021 is 1,568 calls for service. If you look for the second quarter of 2021, there were 4,399 calls for service compared to the second quarter of 2020, 5,593, and just a few more than the second quarter of 2019. We're still dealing with a lot more violent crimes. And it just keeps coming, as you can see. In fact, a lot more traffic crashes that we have had to investigate that do not fall within the Colorado State Patrol's realm that they want to cover for whatever reason. Anything that happens on any of the public lands, unless it happens to be a serious bodily injury or fatality or deals with alcohol or drugs, they don't cover them. We have to. So it's like, and that includes all-terrain vehicles and everything else. Domestic violence, we had 10 for the month of June. 26 different disturbances that were not domestic related, several assaults and arrests. Any questions about those? I know that trespassing calls and whatnot are we're dealing a lot with more of those. Seems like every week. Just to let you know, in the town of Dolores, there is several properties that are part of the unincorporated county that are not within the town of Dolores, but it's within the town of Dolores. So a lot of that is the river access area. Two landowners there, in particular, we've had requests for patrolling those areas and removing trespassers that it's been posted for years. However, one area is very particularly important in the river called the Big Rock area. And it's always had access, that there wasn't any problems, but as the years have gone on, recently within the last 3 years, more and more people are going onto this property, and there's alcohol and drug consumption and trash, litter, broken bottles, things like this, and the landowner is definitely concerned about any liabilities that may happen if somebody is injured, which we all understand he's concerned. So he has, both of the landowners along there have requested that that we do something. So what I did a year ago was had the GIS maps, they're gone, I want to give them a plug, that was good, that were blown up for this area that's along the river walk within the town and borders the private land in the unincorporated portions of the county. And so it gives the landowner
boundaries and who they are and everything else, so they can contact these owners to seek permission to be there. And so just a week ago, the signs were actually put up along the property, within the property of the private land, with the permission of the landowners who pointed out the areas where they wanted them. And so that is, we're hoping to give some education there about just respecting private property is the big thing. We had these issues in the past that we've dealt with water recreation down the river, which is it's a navigatable river, except for when the water drops. You can't get out and put your foot on the ground on private land unless you have permission. And that's where some of the things, and I'll tell you, the boating and rafting communities groups have really worked well with me and working with the landowners and with those folks that recreate on the water during the springtime. So that has really eliminated a lot of problems there at all. We just have not had any trespassing complaints or any problems at all. So it's really been a good partnership. So just getting people educated. So I just wanted to bring you up to speed with, if you're in Dolores and you're on Riverside Drive, you'll see those signs. The town has requested this as well, and the private landowners. I was kind of hoping that the town and the private landowners could work something out with a lease or something. But I think because of the liabilities, everybody's a little shy, which I understand. So I don't get in the middle of that. It's up to them what they want to do. But just so you know, we have not, we've written some trespassing warnings, but we've never charged anybody with trespassing yet. They just want to keep trying to educate people to ask permission or avoid those areas. Yep. Okay. Really, it's no different than the private land up the river from the town. It's no different at all. Okay, for the jail in the month of June, here's our totals for transports. We've traveled 14,158 miles in transports, a total of 580 hours for transporting prisoners and juveniles and writs from the court. This is our per diem and hotel costs for the deputies doing transports, total for the year, and of course of the month of June, which isn't bad. Right now we have a total of 80 inmates within the county detention center. And it's just like over the weekend, you'll see this next month, we'll get 16 in and 12 out, and it just goes back and forth like that almost all the time. Here's the total number of days, separated it by male and female, and the total number of inmates within that day of the month of June. The upper 80s for sure, nothing over that, at least over 86.
So we are increasingly rising. We're pre-COVID, we were running around 102,
Yeah.
105.
Yeah, we haven't got there yet, and I hope that we don't. This has really been kind of a relief to know that we haven't had the total number of days that have gone up to over 100, like what we've had in the past. But, I mean, it's still young. A lot of these are, of course, are bondable offenses that are being brought in, mostly by the Cortez Police Department that come in with these state charges that are released on PR bonds or a lower bond. A lot of the folks are going into pretrial as well, so it reduces the number of days that we have inmates in there. We're still running about 250 people on pretrial, split between three deputies that handle pretrial. So in the month of June for the arrests, you can see where 10 were arrested on the first day and 6 were released, and this goes back and forth all the time. 5 arrested on the 7th and 12 out. They could, some of these could contain limited day sentences. Some could be bonds that actually were bonded, or over the weekends and whatnot that they're housed until they appear in court. For breakdown, it just kind of shows you the month of June and the total number of days for the year. So for Dolores County, these are the number of days and inmates that we've had held in the Montezuma County Detention Center for Dolores County. They were billed $2,700. That's at $75 a day. For the city of Cortez, for municipal charges, this is the first month that we've had these. Here we've had 4 in, actually 2 the same person that came in at different days, and unfortunately he's still here on state charges, and just actually assaulted a deputy yesterday. So he will be within our facility for some time now. $900 is what was billed to the city of Cortez at $75 a day per inmate. Here's our Department of Correction sentences and holds, the number of days that they've been there. We are down to looking at the DOC holds, waiting for transport. We're down to 2 right now. So they have been releasing or transporting 2 different transports up to Denver. So we're the longest that they're being held, we're starting to finally get those days shortened. Okay. They were billed at $75 a day, which is not what the state wants to reimburse, and I don't know if Ian's been brought up to date on dealing with the state on that.
I haven't.
I know. It's okay.
So we can have
we'll
a chat,
bring you
though.
up to speed.
That'd
So
be great.
if you want to visit sometime, please come by and we can go over some of those things and it'll help.
Okay.
Anyway.
Ian, I suggest you write a letter to the state without even having a conversation with the sheriff. Just say, pay us or pay the doctor, and let it go at that. See what happens.
I don't know how effective that would be.
Well, I mean, and you never will unless you try it.
I better have a talk with Sheriff now.
Well, there was a state statute that the previous county attorney was looking at, as we discussed last month, that they can and will pay more. And I'm not real sure where the hang-up is. Okay, I cannot get into any negotiations with the Department of Correction. That's strictly up to the Board of County Commissioners.
And we've had that conversation. It's just a matter now is that we do not have to take the DOC holds, correct?
Yeah, that.
No, we take no parole holds.
Or parole
Yeah,
holds.
no parole holds. Yep, we've eliminated that.
So as far as that guideline that's in this statute, if you look at their fee schedule, and I can pull it up for you and look at it with you, but it's up to like, I want to say 102 or 105 or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
Why
it's
we only get 50, what is it, 57?
5685 or
something,
57,
58 now?
yeah.
I don't know. Yeah.
Anyway,
I don't know.
we'll have a conversation.
Yeah.
Sounds good. I did a little work with that statute on the parole hold issue.
We did?
So I'm a little bit familiar with
Yeah,
how
the
it
parole
works.
holds are different than the sentences to the Department of Corrections. So the billing that we can do is when they're sentenced, then that's when we can start charging the Department of Corrections for holding them until they're received by the Department of Corrections and housed. So as you can see, you know, we've sent them a bill for $14,625. That is not what we're going to receive. I'm almost sure.
And we're about a third less.
Yeah. So Anyway, for the month of June, you can see what our total expenses were for the jail and what has been billed out. What we don't bill is the state charges. There's 2,409 days total inmate days. That's what us taxpayers pay. Let's see. For the funds that were received by the sheriff's fees, monies collected that were deposited into the general fund are here. And as you can see, the month of May, Department of Corrections did submit, because we had so many inmates. Unfortunately, they owed more than $10,376, but we did receive that, and that was deposited. So total amount was $37,347.34. Any questions about the detention center and report on that? Nope. We've got, just to bring you up to speed, I've got when the state legislators put out the grant funding for body cameras that will be required under Senate Bill 217, we immediately applied for funding for that. They replied saying that we're going to be fully funded for 1 year. And we have to use the body cams that are body camera manufacturers that we're already using, which is a good one. And we were in the process of getting upgrades through this Axon company. The thing is, though, is that they will not pay for warranty. I don't know, they just buy the equipment. So the request, and you had to fill out an Excel spreadsheet, which was rather confusing, but we got it done, working with Axon, of what was going to be required for 70 body cameras. That will also include all of the patrol deputies to have individual chargers and download stations at their home. Because when this bill goes into effect, and when they're called out, or as soon as they come on duty, we have to have the camera on. Okay, so those that would be traveling to the office or to a call being called out, they have to have that. And right now, all of them are being downloaded and charged at the sheriff's office. So we had to have individuals. So they did approve that. The problem is I have not received any other communications from them about how much. Okay, they've been given the amount of what Axon Manufacturing has agreed that's what they're going to bill. I just haven't got an award saying that yet that's what the state will pay for that. There's a lot of agencies, though, that were denied grant funding. We're lucky that we had it, I guess. I don't know why that wasn't across the board, to be honest with you. This was a mandated statute that they passed that was signed into law, but all I can do is just take care of our sheriff's office, and so I'm glad we got it. But I haven't got an actual award letter saying you have it. Okay, so we will wait to see what happens there.
Sheriff, how many of our deputies currently have body cameras?
We have 28 cameras right now. The detention center, all deputies have the older VView body cameras that we had several years ago when we changed to Axon, which was an upgraded body camera. They use those on duty. They check them out, and they're assigned during that shift to that deputy, and then they're checked back in.
Okay.
So, but the sheriff's deputies that are in the patrol division are the ones that have those body cameras that are assigned to them.
Mm-hmm.
But it has to stay there and download and charge at the sheriff's office. They can't take them home until So it's an automatic download. It's pretty fast into the cloud, which is where a lot of this data is saved. It's been very effective in not only evidence gathering, but when there are complaints that are raised, it's rather interesting to bring the people in, let them see it, and things didn't happen just the way they kind of thought it did. So it helps, okay?
And you said the state will cover a first round, but they won't cover a warranty for any of the cameras. Do you know how much the warranties are?
I don't have that figure here in
Okay.
front of me, but it's going to be right around 20,000, I think.
For
And it's
all of them or a piece?
Yeah, for all of them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, no, not a piece.
Okay.
Yeah, 20,000.
Warranty?
Yeah, and that is because we have a three-year contract with them, okay? So it's actually going to go over 3 years. So you cut that in thirds, okay?
About 7.
And that's but I
Yeah.
still have to pay that warranty.
Sure. And under normal wear and tear, assuming, there's no shooting, God forbid, a deputy gets shot or something, under normal wear and tear, how long do those body cameras hold
These
out?
body cameras that we've had, which were the Generation 2, have lasted 5-6 years.
So they need to be replaced.
And they're still going. They're great. These
Okay.
are going to be, I made sure that we got the upgraded Generation 3, which are a
Okay.
lot better and have a better clarity of a picture and pixels, as well as a lot of additional features that will help in making sure you can take this and actually attach it to whatever type of RMS database system that you want. It will record the date and time. There's all kinds of features that come with this.
And is each generation of camera like other generations of other things where the music they record just gets worse and worse and worse?
Well, I don't know. It may be obsolete by the end of the year. Who knows? So.
Yeah, that's my concern. We have a proposed legislative call on Friday with CCI, so I'll bring that up as far as the warranty issues on the body cameras.
Yep.
See
Pay for the equipment, not the. But I made sure that every single certified and non-certified deputy, which is required under that Senate bill and that law, will have a camera assigned to them. Even our court, even me. Jeez, oh, criminy sakes. It's going to be something. So the bad thing is that with the new integrity bill that was passed, it spells out pretty detailed about when they have to be activated and when they can be deactivated. And if you don't follow each one of those steps, okay, you're in violation of that law. And if it's found that you're in violation of the law, from what I understand, according to this, the peace officer will have to appear before administrative judge, which will be at the Attorney General's office. And if it's found that they were in violation of that, they lose their state peace officer certification for 1 year, and the agency loses grant funding capabilities for a year. Pretty steep for something that we've never had issues here at all. So it's one of those things that are kind of, it's concerning. It really is. So it is what it is. We'll work through it. I have to prepare a policy that deals with that, and that's what we just have to follow the law. Just all there is to it. So, okay. There are let's see. There are a couple of grants that have been awarded. We did, and you'll see these as soon as we can get all of the award letters from for the court security was approved by the state. No changes. It's just per 2 deputies and benefits.
They did send a glitch email first saying we were denied.
Yeah, I know. They got it all screwed up. And then they sent apology letters and emails and stuff. So it's like, yeah, that was going to be concerning. So Justice Assistance Grant that deals with the education. The program's gone so well that over the 2-year program, and they've extended it twice now. There's remaining funds for 2021 through September 30th of 2022. They have awarded that remaining amount to the Sheriff's Office again to be used and not to be defunded, so it's $13,000. And that'll be for the 2021-2022 year budget. We'll put this in advance. They're kind of getting ahead. They don't want to defund this money. They don't want us to give it back, so which is good. So I need to ask for this grant budget to be approved.
Make a motion, we approve the grant funding budget for the JAG education grant.
I'll second it.
So it's been moved and seconded to accept the JAG education grant for the 2021-22 budget in the amount of $13,000. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. We actually got a lot more funding to actually finish the improvements at the Sheriff's Office range. That is within the landfill area to the west. We received two, as you know, two NRA range improvement grants that you approved previously, and the Peace Officer Standards and Training grant program actually approved the final request that we put in for capital improvements there at the range at $50,809. This will include all of the concrete, the gravel, the shading areas over portions of the range, so that it will help safety-wise during inclement weathers. So that was a pretty good chunk that they have actually worked with us very well because they like what we've done. So they've approved this, and this grant will expire on June the 30th, 2022. It goes into effect on July 31. We have to follow exactly what we put in for the concrete and the gravel and the sheltering and everything else that we put in there. So that's what that money's for. It's all capital improvement. So I would ask for the Board of County Commissioners to approve this 2021-2022 post-range grant improvement budget.
I would move that we approve this post-range improvement grant, P0991-LAAA-GT 2022.
Second.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded to accept the post-range improvement grant for the 2021-22 year in the amount of $50,809. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 And this range improvement grant is a new grant that we haven't been awarded in the last couple of years.
Yes,
So
we did receive some grants from Post for range
previously,
improvement.
but not in the last couple of years.
Yeah.
So what we're going to need.
This is the one for this
so
coming
the
year.
commissioners know what Phaedra and I will get ready will be a supplemental budget that shows this revenue going in and out. So
Yeah, we'll work out
Do
a
you have a
financial.
design of what you actually have proposed? I mean, obviously I was down there not too long ago with them, but do you actually have it laid out on a
Yes,
plan?
That was submitted with the grant request.
Just so that
It
we
was
can-
detailed. It was a narrative. It wasn't the actual plan, but we sent photographs. Actually, aerial drone photos and video that showed exactly what the range is and where those improvements are going to be. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. So. And I think, yeah, this was the award letter, I believe, for Post. We did receive a Post grant for in-service training already, so that was $2,200, I think, something like that, that had been approved by you folks already.
This doesn't want to open, so Shaq's probably blocking it.
I didn't do anything to your computer, man.
Yeah, that's just the award letter itself, and that was submitted with, like I always do with the, with those budgets that are prepared. There are going to be a couple others, like I said, that have been awarded, the updated court security grant. I think the ballistic vest grant will be coming up soon too, that they award every year. It's a federal BGA grant that pays for half of our ballistic vests that are only good for 5 years. So they're rotated out. And so when new officers come, we have to utilize those and get them into the rotation. So.
And then the old vests are still heavy, so he makes them do all of their physical exercise with them on just to train and get strong.
They do have to do the physical assessment, and yeah. So it's the way that it is. Okay. We need to have a quick discussion about the permanent salary line item and the approved budget.
Okay.
What can we do? I budgeted for those promotions and increases and whatnot. Like I always do, there's always additional funding to cover that. It's
So-
not anything additional.
I think the issue that I'm unclear of are the statutes. So the way the statute and the way CCI presents the statute is that, and I'm looking at the attorney because this all goes to the statute, which is what I think is what you're talking about. So the budgeted or the salary adjustment that you're presenting was for an increase to the personnel that you presented. The salary adjustment that was approved by the BOCC was for the 2%, which was distributed already. And this is an increase on top of that. So it's a salary adjustment to a salary adjustment, which is where I'm confused with the statute, because the statute says that the BOCC will, whatever is approved, that's what the salary adjustment is. So you can't, even though your budget.
Yeah, I know.
So
we're struggling with the same thing.
So
okay.
Yes. So here's the issue: is the salary adjustment was increased by the 2% for the bonus that was given to everybody. So I'm going to look at the attorney. The way the statute reads is that you cannot then come back. You have X amount in your budget and it was approved. So are you giving up an FTE? Because it sounds like.
Not at all.
So your FTE, you're going to still backfill the FTE that you're short.
This 11,000 was not a 2% increase across the board. This additional funding that I add to that is about $10,000 to $11,000 to account for those end of probationary periods,
and I
probations,
understand that, and that's not
promotions, everything
I get
else.
all that.
So there's a salary adjustment to those when that happens, and that's all that is. Yeah.
So but that's not how that was presented. If you look back at those, and I'm just saying what I read. So
yeah. Well, I'm
these
following
gentlemen
the statute too, and I'm looking at if it's being approved, the money is there within the budget. It's an approved budget. So that's what I'm going
I understand that, but the approved budget was for the salary adjustment. This is a salary adjustment is what the documentation states right now, correct? So it's a salary adjustment to the salary adjustment.
Well, then let's change the wording on that form that says that, you know.
To the statute, the only thing that can be approved is the salary adjustment annually. So
no, it
just
says it
because
approves the payment of the deputies. Yes, that's what the statute says. Is
So-
that you approve those.
I'm going to have to look for
payments.
the clarification from the attorney because that's not, I understand there's money put in there for promotions. I get that, for other things that probationary periods end and they move up to
Yeah,
their
and the deputy step
full-time
levels, those are,
status.
yeah.
I get that. However, this is a salary adjustment for people that were there. It's not a promotion.
Right.
Okay?
Yep.
So therefore, that classification is out. And then it's not a probationary period.
Nope.
So it doesn't go up to there.
Nope.
So to me, it's clearly
It's two people doing three persons' jobs.
I understand
Yes.
that. So
Yes.
we need to, which I don't I'm not taking away that they're not doing
Right, I know
the
that.
additional
Yep.
services, but what you're saying is this is going to be an increase into perpetuity,
Mhm.
which is not what the statute says. But I'm not an attorney.
Well, neither am I, okay?
I'm gonna have to ask that we kick this to next week.
Okay.
If that works. I need to look it up.
Poor
look it
Ian's
over a
being
little bit
dumped
more,
on. It's okay.
'cause I-
Okay, is that okay? And I'm not
That's
arguing
fine.
that.
I know
I mean,
that.
if two people
I know
are
that.
doing the work of three, I would say,
Yeah.
let's backfill that position,
Well,
get that third person.
Here's our problem, okay? Is being able to hire. I don't have people knocking down the
I
door,
know.
okay?
Nobody does.
Because, you know, I'm already gonna lose one more deputy to another agency because of what we've always discussed. And this is gonna continue to be a problem
And
until we
I'm
can
not-
address it.
Here again, I'm just
Yeah.
trying to follow the statute so that we don't get ourselves into trouble.
You're not getting in trouble by me.
Well,
Well, you're not the state auditor.
we get
Well,
in
I'll
trouble
be
by
more than
the
happy to
state,
discuss this
so,
with the state auditor, okay?
um,
Because this is what happens in other sheriff's offices across the state. So, we've
So
talked
let's-
about these issues with,
Can we kick this to the
Yeah.
work session
Yeah.
on Monday then? Does that give you time? Is that
That-
okay,
that would give
Sheriff?
me plenty of
I mean,
time.
yeah, that's fine. I'm not determined.
And the sheriff likes being here every Monday and
And I'm-
Tuesday.
No, I
am
don't.
not-
I really am
not
busy, okay?
discounting the issue that two are doing for three and that they
I
should
know.
be compensated
Yeah,
for that. But that, the way you're doing it, it's not a temporary compensation until
No.
you get the backfill. It's into perpetuity, and
Yeah.
that's the difference of the statute, the way I read it.
yeah.
And that's all I have to say. I'm gonna look to you guys and
All right.
you can,
Let's do it
We
right.
need to get them compensated, we just gotta make sure we do
Yeah.
that.
So, you know, that's the thing. It's like, that's the point of going through a budgetary process to get the budget approved. And so that's what I've been working on for 7 years, okay? And there's never been an issue until now. So, and I'm going by what the CSOC attorneys are telling us, that that's what has happened in other jurisdictions. But it doesn't mean that it happens here. There's other jurisdictions that there's worse problems than this.
so
And
how
I'm
long
certainly
has
am not
that-
going
how
to
long
create
has
any more
that
problems.
position been advertised?
For a
This
month now.
Shortage.
Yeah.
For a month?
now. Yeah. Detention
don't have any
deputies have been
applications?
advertised for 4 months.
How many unfilled positions do you currently
I
have
have 3
between
right now
patrol,
in patrol,
detention?
and I will have 4 in the detention center.
So 7 and the one in the cook, so
Yeah.
8?
Yeah, no, 7.
7 total.
Yeah. So, yeah. Jeez.
I think it's an easy
It's tough.
fix as long as we're following the statute
Mhm.
for both sides of it.
Yeah,
But still, the bigger problem is backfilling the position for the FTE.
that is the biggest problem. It is. Yeah.
So a temporary increase to these guys does not fix the issue. The issue is
No, it
the
doesn't.
staffing.
It might keep them from quitting though, and so we got 2 places.
There you
to
go.
Which,
Okay, there you go.
I'm not opposed to that, but the way this,
Yeah.
the way I understood this is that you can't just come and say, hey, I'm gonna give these 2 guys this amount of raise because that's not approved. Because
Mhm.
that is actually an adjustment.
Well, yeah, every one of those is a salary adjustment, but we've got to determine what that
So
definition
that's
is.
within
Okay?
your hands now, Ian.
Understood. I'll have an answer by Monday.
Okay.
Wow, he's going to be working
You
over the
didn't need a
weekend.
weekend
All right.
anyway.
Yeah.
You got it.
Way to go, Ian. Good job, buddy.
All right.
Thank
Thank
you,
you,
Steve.
Steve. All right, George.
How are we doing this morning?
Great.
How are you?
How are you?
He's tired. Look at him.
Good, good. I just got a couple numbers here. So far for the year,
Overdoses, we're sitting at 4 overdoses so far for the year. One of them was fentanyl. Suicides, we're sitting at 6, probably 7. We're waiting on toxicology to come back on 1. Motor vehicle accidents, we're at 10, but it sounds like we're going to be at 11 any day. One of them doesn't look like it's going to make it. Ethanol-related deaths, and that doesn't include alcoholic cirrhosis, just alcohol toxicity, basically. We've had 2 of those. Autopsies, we've done 29. Tomorrow's going to be 30, so talked to Shaq. I'm going to be over on autopsies this year on my budget. I can determine the types of deaths that we're going to be having. And Dolores
Not with that
County-
attitude.
Sorry?
Not with that attitude.
No, I wish we'd quit. No, I'd be happy if we had 0 deaths or a year. Dolores County, they've done 3 autopsies at our facility this year. I've been talking to, he's the coroner up in San Miguel County. They lost their pathologist in Montrose. Benzinger, he retired finally. And it sounds like he's probably going to be bringing his cases down here in Montezuma County, so that'll kind of help out the money that we put into this and help the county make a little bit more money.
I don't have to start over again, do I?
No.
Okay, thank you.
You can continue.
The calls for the year so far were at 97. I average about 125 a year. I'm in almost November numbers. So we're way up. We're ahead of Plata County, which is double our population. So we're ahead of them on motor vehicle accidents, everything. So everybody here just lost their mind.
I think, you know, we have 2 major highways that go through our county, 491 and 160. That's a big difference.
Yeah, but we've been having them on everything. 184, it don't matter where you're at, we're having motor vehicle accidents, so. That's all I have. Do you guys have anything? Any questions, comments?
Appreciate you, George.
Thanks. Okay, you guys have a wonderful day.
Okay, you too. I'm
Thanks,
going to go
George.
ahead and move the Cortez Fire Chief up in front of the EM. Just because he's been sitting back there for a long time. And he probably has other things to do. So Jay, if you want to go ahead and come up. He just walked in. He's got a lot of time to wait.
Little red, there.
There you go.
Awesome. Well, thank you for the opportunity to be here today. Mr. Powers, thank you for the offer. Appreciate it. Commissioners Lindsay, Candelaria, Stevenson, Clerk Purcell, and Attorney McLaren. Hopefully, this will turn into a once-a-month event for us, if you allow that to happen. Just to give you some perspective on the Cortez Fire Protection Districts, I know 2 of the commissioners obviously have a long relationship with the fire service and know probably quite a lot about it, but things have changed over the years, and specifically the last several years. So you can see the information that I material I gave to Shaq just to start out this month with kind of how the Cortez Fire Protection came to be. In 1986, June of 1986, the voters passed unanimously to become part of the Fire Protection District. Previously, were funded through the City of Cortez for the tune of $60,000 a year, but we provided coverage and protection to areas clear into Arizona, Utah, Aneth, Blanding, and so on, all the way up to Slick Rock Hill. The district today covers 162 square miles down County Road G, down borders the Ute Reservation, along the Mesa Verde base of the escarpment, out to just this side of the rest area.
up along around Phil's World, borders of BLM, and works its way back around up to Highway 145 and P, takes a jog up to County Road R, crossed over to County Road 25 and back south, and then straight out to the Utah border again. 1987, it's been a few years ago, the fire district was responding to 215 calls for service, fire, EMS, rescue, hazmat, and in 2020, we responded to 2,717 similar type calls. It's just the call volume went up. Same type of fire, EMS, rescue, hazmat. Approximately 70% of our calls are on the EMS rescue related category. And we've been using the same response model, i.e., you know, if you call up, if you're having a heart attack or if you have a fire, somebody falls in the house, hits their head, we respond. It's kind of the standard, industry standard, if you will, for fire departments across the nation. We currently have 5 board members, not currently, 5 board members are what's required by the state statute for our board. We have 3 full-time staff, 2 part-time staff, 12 full-time firefighters that work a 4896 shift, 12 reserve firefighters that help augment or supplement that 4896, and then 5 volunteer EMTs. I put firefighter or volunteer EMT paramedics, a combination of. And then 5 firefighters are on duty every day at Station 1. 4 of these are full-time staffing. One of those is a reserve firefighter. Gives you the location of the stations. County Road 6892, Road 24 is fire station number 2. And that's where we house our wildland equipment. And there's some part-time staffing down there. Station 3, 2300 North Dolores Road, just north of the Elks Lodge, is a callback station, if you will, where volunteers or off-duty personnel that are called back to manage additional incidents. Primary mutual aid districts are Dolores, Mancos, Lewis, Pleasant View, and Ute Mountain Fire Rescue. We utilized Lewis last night on a motor vehicle crash at the West Y. Pretty serious crash, probably one of the top 10 in my career as far as difficulty of extracting the people out of the vehicle. As you can see there, the calls for service from 2013 to 2020. And this year, I checked just a few moments ago, this morning we're sitting at 1,672 calls. So it's up, projected
Almost
number
30.
of 3065 for the year. You know, it's not like we're out there trying to buy the business. We're not. We're just responding to what the needs of the community are in those calls for service. Questions, comments, concerns?
I mean, it increases with growth. Everything increases, obviously. I guess my, not that we can do a whole lot about it, but with the RAR being adjusted, how is that going to impact the special districts? Because a lot of the special districts around the state that I hear from, with that adjustment, I mean, how is that going to adversely impact you? I don't know what the numbers is going to be, but what's that going to be a decrease for your funding?
Projecting
through the RAR?
19%, and we're just under 1.6 million a year annual budget. Wages, benefits, insurance, et cetera, are about 1.15 of that budget. So it leaves us, you know, just over 4 to purchase our equipment. You know, the cost of a new engine is $600,000 to $750,000. An aerial, which we're still using, a 1994 aerial, and I don't want to give everything about the district today, nor could we do it
right
between now and 5 o'clock tonight. We'd be here for a while. That's what I plan to do over the next several months. Quite frankly, we've got to go to the voters in May when we do our board election. We have 3 board members that are up for election. Hope to retain them. We've got a really great board of directors. They keep me on my toes, but at the same time, we've got to meet with our voters and do something, because we're not sustainable at the current pace that we're at. And the demographics of our call volume is everything from A to Z. The rich, the poor, the in-between, it doesn't matter.
Time and chance happens to everybody, huh?
Yeah, stuff happens, yeah. And, you know, we're 2 firefighters, EMTs short right now for what we need to. 33% of our calls are overlapping, so we're running 2 calls simultaneously. Well, we have a 3-person engine. That's the big toolbox with 1,000 gallons of water on it. And then we have a 2-person rescue crew that has the smaller toolbox on wheels with 300 gallons of water. We need to change some of those too, because we're running back-to-back structure fires, back-to-back wildfires. So we need to add a couple people to our daily staffing, and I'd like to be able to offer better than minimum wage to our new firefighters. That's what we offer, is minimum wage. You can go to McDonald's and make more per hour than you can working for the Cortez Fire District. It's kind of sad.
But it's not near as much fun.
It's not nearly as much fun, no. We do have high satisfaction for sure.
Okay.
Hey, one thing I would like to comment, earlier on that subdivision, the one in out on that subdivision, it's pretty much grassland right there. There's no pinyon juniper. There's a little half-acre piece on the very south end of that. That's how I looked at that one. And I did mention water fire hydrants are paramount. In fact, I believe on that one, it was either 3 or 4 that I recommended for that. But as far as the one-way in and out, that was my reasoning on it, is that it has a low to no density of wildfire. And that was going to be my other piece on it, was that coming months and hopefully years with this information coming out, is to make sure that we're continuing an aggressive defensible space wildfire mitigation plan in this county. Because if we do that, really, and we know that with the new hazard mitigation plan that's come out, we have those areas identified. The CWPP that Mr. Spratlin's working on now, that is part of that piece. And so if we continue with that aggressive mitigation and creating defensible space, you can have a wildfire. It doesn't mean you have to lose your house to it, right? So we know that.
This is the subdivision you were talking about, Jay?
That's correct, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, on County Road M. Ironically, we have to go through Lewis. You guys are aware of this, I know. We have to go through Lewis to get to this part of our district. We cover the south side of County Road M as in Mary, and Lewis covers the north side. It's an automatic aid area for us, and if it doesn't go automatic, we always call for mutual aid with Lewis on it, because they've got a station just down the corner. Yeah.
Which is always my concern, 2 means of egress.
Yeah.
I mean, to get the people out of there, specifically when I don't know what your response time there is, or Lewis's.
For us right there, we're about 10 minutes, close to 10 minutes, because we've got to go up to N and come back and work on it. And obviously, we're out the door in 60 seconds with, people at the station all the time, unless we're on another call 33% of the time. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, as long as you've looked at it, and you're okay. That was my biggest question, obviously, in the beginning of.
If it was the property just to the southwest of there, I would have asked for 2 means of egress, because it's a heavily forested area, and that definitely would have led me down that path of saying, hey, we got to figure out that second means of egress. So, and I did talk about ongoing mitigation with that subdivision as well. Not just today or next year, but have a plan for every year to manage that. So that's part of our education. Hopefully, probably write that into my discussion points for next month, is what we're doing, what the education we provide, and what we classify as our community risk reduction model. So bring that up next month.
Sounds good.
Thank you very much for the time. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Jay. Appreciate you.
Okay, Mr. Spratlin.
Hey, not bad.
Jim, do you want to start with your after action or with your sit rep?
Oh, I don't care. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Morning, lady. I don't know. Let me look here. I have an agenda we can look at. So I gave you a sit report. You read that, and then add 1, 2, 3, 4 new fires on it. So a total of 9 and 4 is 13 fires since Friday, and they keep hitting us with lightning strikes. I was on one last night. Helped bring some food to Pleasant View Fire Department out there. They had a half acre going on out on private land out there. So those holdovers and all the lightning strikes aren't helping us any. But they're not blowing up into some huge fires. The change, of course, is we ended up middle toe fire on the 18th, had 3 acres, but then we had 50 acres on the east toe fire. That was on Friday. That took off on us, and that was 50 acres worth. But initial attack's been really working well with the seats and the helicopter, the Type 2. So they're knocking it out pretty good with the assistance of the mods coming in, and of course the fire chief's mutual aid, assisting everybody. So it's so far, I mean, we did get a lot of moisture. We are at a national preparedness level of 5, and that's the highest it's ever been nationally for the last 10 years. So that's kind of scary for national. Our area, of course, the water updates are in the report. We see what's going on with those water updates. The McPhee, of course, is going down as we speak, and Jackson's going down a little bit. We're kind of holding off on it for now. Let's see, COVID updates in there. Then we had an after-action report. I sent a copy of that out to everybody. We did a version 1 when we were into COVID. We did that in July last year, just to give an idea of what is kind of going on. And then we had that whole review with different people, staff, and stakeholders. So we had a lot of people looking at the official report that went out actually for 1 year and 3 months worth. So that version we added, you can see, I sent that, everybody got it to be able to read that, right? And it had a couple of things on the PPE and some of the corrective actions that we can do and our findings on those. So for an improvement plans, of course, we had some gaps in the EOC for training, which we've been doing. We've been really training the EOC staff really hard. So that gap is being filled. We hope to complete it by spring of 2022, but we're actually pretty close to completing it now. But, you can never stop training. So we're going to continue that. So that was the first 2 issues, I guess, and then the continuity of operations, having a COOP plan. So I'm working on that now with each department. So we're going to put together the continuity of operations for everybody and where they're going to go. So I've been working on that. I'm hopeful we get that done actually by the end of next year for sure. But it takes a lot to get the COOP plans in, and then we have to test them. Then we have to tabletop them and throw stuff at them to see, if they're really going to work or not. So that's why I put it out to spring of 2023. And then assistance from the state and get better. It was hard on the state as well. Nobody knows what to do in a pandemic. We all thought we knew what we were doing, and we all practiced and trained, and we always said, we hope that never happens, and it did. So even the state and the feds were like scrambling for like protocols. What do we really do? So that changed constantly. So hopefully by now the state and the federal partners have developed a better plan for pandemics. And they're having their after action as well. So hopefully we'll get better guidance on the next round, but we sort of know what we're doing on the next round, if hopefully it never happens again. And then the other additional one was a gap that we didn't have the adequate amount of PPE at the very beginning of this. We didn't have a cache, you know, and we had to scrounge and work pretty hard at the first 3 months of that, trying to build our supply up, because when it hit. So so part of that was, of course, various people were assigned to that. We're trying to get everybody to keep their own little cache of PPE in case this thing spikes or something else occurs. And then I, for the county, have our little cache of some equipment now. So we pretty much solved that one as well. So our after action was, if you have any questions on that, just yell it out. But
So I just want to bring up a few points as part of the after action meeting. One point I want to bring up is there were several representatives, the hospital, the what do they call the new Flight for Life service?
Classic Air.
Classic Air. They were here. I believe you were here, Jay. So one of the things was how much they've improved with the treatment of COVID since the beginning of the COVID pandemic, and knowing which drugs to use and how to use them. And so the survivability rate has gone way up. The second thing that came out of that meeting, and they are asking the Board of County Commissioners for help pushing legislation, and maybe Jim and Jay will speak to this a little bit, but transport between states, there's too much red tape, and I know that would have to be changed to some degree at a federal level, but I think the ask from Classic Air, from the fire departments, was could we work through CCI with the governor to get MOUs or IGAs with surrounding states to allow for transport. Occasionally we had to transport between states prior, but we were able to work around it, but there were transports daily, sometimes several times a day, and the red tape was just really in the way of people getting things done. And I don't want to butcher that too much, but Jay, if you want to add to that.
No, I thought that was articulate in the presentation as far as just cutting down those imaginary walls. You guys are aware of those that we have at the state lines, county lines, etc. Whatever we can do to mitigate that would really be beneficial for us. And you know, we've had those motor vehicle crashes down south, and you know, we got to bring them back here when level 1 center, level 2 center, probably in a more appropriate destination for them. So anything we can do to break that down or help that along would be very beneficial for everybody in the field and in the hospitals as well.
And so we probably need the people who are involved in that, the fire districts, the Classic Air, the hospitals, to help draft what we'd like to see in an IGA for you guys to push through CCI to the governor and see if they can work that out with the other states so that we can remove some of these hurdles.
Is that actually a state issue, or can it be more
county to county?
I think from
because
with Classic Air, I think it's a state issue getting to Albuquerque and Flagstaff and Phoenix. That's a state issue.
For them, emergency management, we already have something in the books that allows counties to cross the border for emergency management issues. But law enforcement, they can't do it unless it's an emergency. And that emergency is like short-lived. It can only be a few hours, and then you've got civilians with guns across the border. So that's an issue. But for emergency management, we're okay. We have that.
But for transportation, they're not. And it's a lot of red tape. And I know it'd have to be worked out at the federal level, but our governors could take the opportunity to get ahead of it and just sign an IGA if we could get help drafting the IGA from the people at Classic Air and the fire districts. And
part of their problem is probably with the FAA. you know, FAR 135, transportation of medical patients and stuff.
I mean, that went over my head and hit me right in the middle of the back.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, so, and then, you know, I didn't bring up the strengths. We have more strengths than we have gaps. When we hit the ground running, I mean, we had one heck of a team, and everybody worked together. I mean, it was an outstanding effort for the whole COVID year, and including now, which is recovery. So I tend to look at our gaps more than at the positives, but we got a lot of positives in that report. There's a lot of strengths. We're able to, you know, get the supplies we need. We work together as a team, so, yeah. EMPG grant, well, today, I'm working with Department of Homeland Security Emergency Management site visit. It's been actually insightful. Did I throw that out?
well done.
So, and they're actually on my office looking at me right now. So I'm going to go down and finish that one up. But they saw a few gaps. We'll play with that. But they've been helping us down there. So working with that, EMPG grant was approved for sure this year. So it's official, and we should be getting some of that reimbursement back pretty soon now. So they've agreed with that. Couple new hurdles in the grant process, you know, having to give them additional paperwork, but that's not an issue. We have it, so just setting that up. So we should be able to get our match out of that. Annex 3, some highlights. Annex 3 final draft is done. So it's going to be reviewed by the department heads, and their facility emergency plan that'll be done. Then I move forward 2 more. We'll be done with facility plans. Maybe we'll have a fire drill here in about 5 minutes, right in the middle of your commissioner meeting.
Sounds good.
Right about lunchtime would be good.
We'll do that then. And then the emergency ops plan, it's up to about 76% compliant. There's some compliance that we can't meet because we're a smaller county and we're not going to do certain things. So I can get it up around 90. But I have a lot of annexes going in under that are kind of scattered right now, but we're pulling them all together. I have an intern that's helping me put these together in format, so by the end of the year, it won't be 365 pages to read, but it'll be 100 and some odd pages to read.
It'll be 460.
Yeah, 400. Yeah, you guys, you know, by then, you know, you got nothing to do, budget.
Right.
Yeah, there's not much going on. So, I'll give you that pile to look at, but first we're going to vet it with the sheriff and make sure that, you know, the evacuation reentry with the fire department, everybody, and then we vet it with our stakeholders. There'll be about 60 people reviewing all this stuff and adding and subtracting, and then when we're done, the attorney gets it, he gets to play with it, and then in the end, you guys will have a final product, So we should be good. All right. That's it. Been busy building plans and chasing fires, and hopefully, like you said, with a lot of prayer, we're going to be good.
It'll rain.
Little bit, yeah. When we got plenty in Mancos, it flooded there the weekend, yeah. And we're expecting. I was looking at. Did I bring it? Yeah. So. Every Monday, we have a zone meeting, all the fire guys, so we get on that. And then right after that is the weekly fire call. I'm sorry, the weekly National Weather Service call. And they record it, so I go back on and listen to it. Any of you are more than happy. But no matter how much moisture we've had in the last 2 weeks, we're still extreme drought, period. The soil moisture is still really low. The stuff's soaking in. It's not draining off. We're not getting that drainage. We're still at 2 to 4 degrees above normal in temperatures, and that's going to continue actually for the next 3 months. Tuesday, Wednesday, and well, today, tomorrow, we're going to have a certain percentage of the rains coming. The lightning is coming with it, though, which is unfortunate. We saw that yesterday. The drought in a normal I think in the normal temperature range that we're looking at for the rest of the year, the drought is still going to persist. This circular pattern is moving, and it's actually a circular, I'm not articulate enough, I'm not a weather guy, but that pattern is exactly what a monsoon pattern is doing. So they're thrilled with this idea, and it's coming in the next 2 weeks. And this pattern is circling around our lower Four Corners area. And it's moving up and pulling the moisture from the south and bringing it to us. So the predictions are monsoon and a little bit of rain. I mean, a lot of rain, but.
So it's coming from farther south than Shiprock?
Yes, yeah. It's
way south.
Way south. It's pulling up that turbulence and it's moving in that circular pattern, and it brings up the moisture and dumps right back on top of kind of the western slope, they're saying, and even here. But even the weather guys said you can't believe the weather guys. So anyway, monsoons possibly coming.
We'll take everything we can get.
Yeah. So that's where we're at with that. So we'll just
Keep dancing, buddy, keep dancing.
Hey,
yeah, I'm.
Your after action plan, you know, we've updated all the other COVID stuff on the website. Can you get that on the website too for the public on?
Certainly
we've
can.
Still got that whole COVID splattering up
Yep.
there. Let's get the after action up there too.
We can
Please
do
and
it.
thank you.
No problem. We're good?
Thank you.
Good.
All right, guys, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good rest of your day.
Hey, I will.
All right, we're going to have one more thing. We're going to go into unfinished business. We only have one thing that we need to discuss, and then we're going to break for lunch. So last Monday in our workshop, we had the presentation from the Public Health Department on regulation number 43 as far as the transfer of title. So gentlemen, we need to make a decision one way or another if we are going to extend the moratorium, if we're going to opt in, opt out. And if you have any questions, they do need a decision from us. So you guys were here in person. Shaq and I were watching somebody was playing with a light switch.
Yeah.
I don't know. He loses.
I will say, on that Monday, in that meeting, they specifically asked if we were going to bring moisture back, and we might have been playing with the light switch, but we delivered.
So,
Well, I think we need to just extend that,
A month?
the moratorium on that deal. I don't think we need to add any fees to these people and their.
I'm agreed.
so if we're going to do that, why don't we just opt out?
Okay.
Because here's the way I look at it, and
Well,
I understand the presentation and the way it was presented in the beginning. I understand why they probably opted in, but I look at it as simple as we don't regulate house inspections.
Right.
That's up to a buyer and a seller.
Right.
And this is almost in the same kind of a situation. I think that's why it's an opt-in, opt-out program, and if something happens down the road, you could opt in at that time. There's no limitation of time that you can do that. So 20 counties is all in the state of Colorado out of 64 that have even entertained this. We would be 21, I think, as email stated. So I would really kind of agree with that. I think it's really between a buyer and a seller. It's not really between a regulation. And doing this video with Cody the other day, I still think that education is more powerful than regulation. And if we educate the people that are moving in, you know, we do need to inform them and let them know what they are doing properly, or there will be systems being killed all over. However, that inspection does nothing more than says it's working today. So if one of you would like to.
I can make a motion, we opt out.
Okay, I'll second it.
Okay, then it's been moved and seconded to opt out of the transfer of title under Regulation 43. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we will make sure we get that to the sanitarian shack and we'll be on. So with that, people, we are going to break for lunch. We'll do our reports after lunch, and we will then start at 1:30 with an update from Helen Katich from Senator Hickenlooper's office on the NCA. So with that, gentlemen, let's go to lunch.
Okay, you're live.
Okay, everybody, it's 1:30. Welcome back, and we're going to go ahead and go on with this. We don't have Helen here right now. She could have gotten stuck in traffic anywhere from Durango to trying to get into town. So we'll go ahead and bring up Kevin Wing. And Kevin, if you want to go ahead and come up, and it sounds like you want to address this again.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're live.
Come on up, Bob. Okay, everybody, it's 1:30. Welcome back, and we're going to go ahead and go on with this. We don't have...
Go ahead, you're fine. The ghost of Christmas past.
You're good.
Oh, okay. So, well, thank you all very much, first of all, for,
Is
sir.
that on? Just tap it.
It's,
Okay. Just make sure you pull it close enough so that everybody...
yes, sir. Well, as I said, thank you all very much for having us back. Where we left off at the last time, we were petitioning the commissioners to allow us to grow a commercial type marijuana grow at the greenhouse located in between Mancos and Cortez. When we were left off, we wanted to have some idea of what the county of Montezuma could expect in a tax. So we did our best to look at other counties, see what a standard was. But as you know, I mean, we were right there pretty much knee deep into the COVID, and it was pretty hard to get a hold of any county officials, you know, or to get them to respond. But this is what we did find. We contacted, I can't see that, just a minute. Okay, great. We contacted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different jurisdictions, some of them county and some of them cities. The city of Aurora is doing a 5% tax. City of Grand Junction is 3%. The city of Walsenburg is 5%. The town of Palisade is 5%. Chaffee County is 2.48%. Clear Creek County is 5%. Pueblo is 3%. And I don't know if that's Pueblo County or the city of Pueblo. And Sasquatch County is 5%. And so what we wanted to present or offer to the commissioners or to the county of Montezuma is that we start off with a 2% tax and increase that 0.25% every year for the first 2 years, and then reconvene and see where we are. You know, did we build a viable business? Did we secure enough clientele that we could negotiate further in an increased amount?
And I don't mean to stop you right there.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Wing, but all of those counties that you just mentioned, do they have a sales tax?
Sir?
The counties that you just mentioned, do they have a sales tax? Because the way the statute reads is that without a sales tax, that we cannot arbitrarily charge one industry a tax.
Okay.
They call it a marijuana grow excise tax rate.
Correct. And that's done through the state of Colorado. So the state of Colorado, we just had a presentation yesterday by the Department of Revenue from Rachel Redmond and Brian Dite, or I'm not sure if I say that properly, but with that 15% excise tax, there's a 15% school tax, 15% excise tax, and then there's the average 2.9% state sales tax, and then what is ever applicable to county and city jurisdictions. So what you're saying right there, those would be jurisdictions of the sales tax that have already been implemented, correct?
No, these are taxes. So basically, even what it says right here, right? This tax is the first transfer of marijuana from a grow facility to a retail manufacturer facility or whatever, right? One of your stores. This is the first tax from the county that actually gets taxed.
I was
So
going
this
to,
is separate from all your other taxes, all the city taxes, state taxes, everything.
Correct, but it's a state excise tax, which is part of the 15% that goes to excise taxes.
No,
Well-
this is a separate tax. This is the fee you're talking about that you're wanting. This is it. This is the one, not everybody's doing it, but the ones that are these guys. This is all we could find at the time, right? Because of the COVID. But this is a separate tax, like, I mean, you can call it whatever you want, a fee, a tax, I don't know what the proper term is. But this is separate from everything else.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was under the impression that this was above and beyond the 15% state tax.
On the excise.
Right.
On the excise tax.
Yes.
So it's a,
And
This may have been, this may have been what they were talking about at the presentation yesterday, what Fruta put in. Even though Fruta hasn't yet legalized, they talked about Fruta passing the tax scheme.
Yeah.
And so I think that's what this is referring to, that additional tax we can charge.
yeah. I think, yes, sir, and I do believe each of the numbers that I quoted is above and beyond the 15% state tax. Best of my ability. But, and what I'm seeing is a range from 2 to 6%. I, just as a businessman and a business owner, I would love to say, and I know what we're trying to do, guys. I mean, I understand that we'd like to get some money for law enforcement to combat opiate and methamphetamines and the things that go along with that type of abuse. But I'd hate to say that, well, let's just start off at 7%, and then the business sinks because we have a 15% tax from the state, and now we have a county tax at 7%. There's 22%. I mean, I'd just hate to bite off more than a company could really sustain, and that's why I was hoping that you guys may consider starting off at a 2%, and let's let it build up 0.25% a year. Maybe it's not for 2 years, maybe it's for 3 years, or maybe if it's just for 1 year, and we reconvene and say, and we can show you, here are our sales. You know, guys, there's a big demand for our product, and you know, we talk about increasing the county tax appropriately at that time. Then you know, that's kind of where we're at right now. Right now, we have that wonderful facility that we're just having to open the doors and keep it from overheating and melting everything that's inside it. You know, we're at a standstill.
well, in our workshop yesterday, we had, hopefully you can go back and view it on YouTube.
Yes, sir.
We had conversation with the sheriff over an ordinance.
Yes, sir.
We actually had that presentation with the Department of Revenue, so if you guys want to go back and listen in on that, you are more than welcome. That happened yesterday afternoon. We haven't lifted the moratorium yet, working with the sheriff on the ordinance.
Yes, sir.
We just went through the first draft.
Okay.
Yesterday, with our comments, and you know, I'm not sure where we're at with that. Obviously, in a draft form, you know how much longer it's going to take, but I guess that's something that we can
Well, right now in
mull
Montezuma
over.
County, we don't have a tax in Montezuma County, so it'd have to be a fee-based.
Right.
Yeah, that's why I say, call it what you want. I don't know the
Yeah.
terms and your laws or whatever per se, but you know, maybe it just goes straight to the
It would
police
have,
department.
it
Maybe
would
it's
be a
contribution.
fee-based here in Montezuma County, specific to the county. But here again, we have to make sure that it covers just the cost. I don't know what, you know, 2% would cover. Would it even cover our planning cost, our permitting cost? I mean, there are a lot of things that we have to do along with the state, because it's a what do they call it, a two-step system? with the state and the counties.
Right.
So you would do your permitting, licensing.
Through the state
registration
first.
all through the state before it even.
Presenting to the
came
county.
To the counties.
Yes, sir.
So.
Yes, sir.
We're working on our end of it, on an ordinance, and,
It'd be hard to determine now without us having sold any marijuana or grown any marijuana to really give you an honest indication of what that might look like. I'm not, we're pretty simple guys. We're not going to blow smoke up the commissioner's pant leg to bolster our position. We'd just like a shot to an honest opportunity to use the facility that we've built to the best of its potential. And so, Commissioner Stevenson, when you said it would be a fee, could you kind of explain that to me a little bit?
Well, it just depends on either like a plant-based fee, or I guess it could be a percentage, but
from my takeaway yesterday from the Department of Revenue, it's basically, it would be a fee based on basically our cost of what is it going to take to implement this, and we don't know what that is either. We don't know if we're going to get one.
Why is it going to cost you?
Why is it a cost
Yeah,
to us?
what cost are you talking about is what I'm trying to understand.
Well, the first thing we have to do is go through the
Personnel.
planning department, and we have staff time that's going to be utilized for the permitting process to go through what we do. And if the sheriff sends somebody out there to do the inspections along with the state, then we have costs associated with that. So there are costs associated with it that we don't really know either.
Yeah.
So just like you don't know, I get it.
Yeah.
We don't know either.
Yeah.
So in Saguache County, I want to say, you pulled up Chaffee County, but Saguache is right next to them. They do all fee-based, and it's per plant. It's per plant count, based on the tier level of where you apply with the state, whether it's a tier
Right.
1, 2, or 3.
Or plant count, yeah.
Yep.
And I think that's a graduating thing where you start at the lowest plant count,
And then
you have to earn merit,
and you can
abide
get.
by all the rules and,
Yep.
Understand. Yeah.
What is the city doing now? What is the town of Cortez doing now for all the ones going inside the city limits, basically doing exactly what we want to do?
The city functions differently, one, because they have a sales tax. We don't.
Well, I know, but
They
all
have
those
an
fees and
ordinance.
everything that you're talking about and all those things.
They
that
don't
you-
charge a fee. They don't have to charge a fee because they are based on a sales tax. So when they sell
Right.
it, when it goes through a wholesaler to a retailer, they receive the tax from the retailer.
So isn't that the fee that we're talking about? That's the fee that we're talking about that's going
That-
to cover all of that, right?
yeah, but Montezuma County
We
doesn't
don't
have
have
a
that.
tax. We don't
We
collect
don't
any
have a
taxes.
tax. So what they're,
Sales tax.
So we're trying to figure out what would the fee be? That's why I asked you specifically, what on average do you think a plant would produce as far as a dollar value?
right.
So it's hard.
Anywhere,
Depends on the type of plant too.
Sure.
And what they're looking at. I mean, and how big you grow the plants, how much your customers are buying it. I mean,
on an average, I think a cultivator would like to see each plant produce a pound, 1 pound of flower. I think that's a pretty common goal. Anywhere, that pound of flour could sell from anywhere from $750 to $1,200. I know that's kind of a broad range right there, but I feel that's a pretty honest assessment. The days of marijuana selling for $2,000 a pound, $2,500 a pound is long gone. That then, we may have to just kind of learn together as we go by us showing you the books and or being transparent enough to show you our books and go, here's where we're at, guys.
So basically, I think where we left it as of yesterday, we're still looking at the draft form of the ordinance.
Yes, sir.
there were some changes made to it. So until we get through that process.
Yes, sir.
And I understand you guys are gonna have to bear with us. We're still looking at it right now. We haven't absolutely closed the door on it. And that's kind of where we stand.
How did the
with what-
moratorium get put in? Who put the moratorium in the first place?
The previous commissioners,
The previous
and right
commissioners.
after it was legalized in 2012, the commissioners placed a moratorium on the unincorporated areas of the county.
So,
Why, what was the reasoning behind it? I'm just-
because it didn't pass in Montezuma County.
Do what now?
Well, if you look at the statistical data of the votes in Montezuma County, it did not pass in Montezuma County.
So the
Amendment
people voted it
64.
out?
No.
I thought it was a county commissioner.
No.
rule.
The commissioner placed the moratorium to enforce the will of the people.
Correct.
Okay.
Kind
So
of
each
like the
jurisdiction-
state voted to allow wolf reintroduction. We put a resolution against wolf reintroduction.
Farmers up there are just gonna kill them anyway.
But it's the same
Right.
thing. The commissioners were representing the will of the people.
Right.
Okay, so the people are the ones that really voted it out, basically.
In
See, when it
Montezuma
passed-
County, when it passed in 2012, this county voted, and I can't give you the numbers because I don't have them
I
off the
can
top
give
of
you the
my
state
head.
numbers.
Well, I don't need to, I just.
So,
trying to educate-
But it
that
was the
present
commissioners
time,
that put the moratorium in.
Each
yes.
jurisdiction has the opportunity to accept or to deny. At that time, the commissioners chose to put the moratorium on it.
And the commissioners are the only ones that can lift it.
Correct.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, well, again, we're just very appreciative, guys, that you'd even take time to speak with us and to consider this matter. Know that, we are more than willing to come up with a fair county tax or a fee per plant. If you'd like, we can spend a little bit more time and try to give you per plant. I can get some more data for you.
I don't think you need to do
Was that a
that.
little early?
I think, we have that capability also.
Yeah.
It's gonna be within our purview if we decide to move forward with it.
Okay.
And at that point in time, then it'll be, it's not gonna really be up for discussion. Whatever we decide is what will be decided if we move forward in that regard. And I'm speaking as one person, I'm not speaking for everybody.
I understand. I understand.
But the research will be done just as the same thing that you guys have done. It'll be something close to communities of our size.
Yes, sir. And do we have, Commissioner Candelaria, do we have a time frame, even if it's just roundabout? Are we thinking this is going to be a year process to
Well,
kind of do?
We've actually been working on this ordinance now for over a year.
Right.
But it's now actually went as far as the draft, re-looked at, and again, we looked at it again yesterday.
Okay.
So now it's going to basically be, if it comes back to us, like I said, the doors are not closed.
Yes, sir.
It's just going to be a matter of the three of us if we decide we want to move forward with it or not, based on the ordinance of what the sheriff is bringing forward.
Okay. Well,
So, time frame, I know you want a time, and I can't, if I sat here and gave you a time, I'd be lying to you, and I'm not going to lie to you,
Yeah.
so I would rather leave it open-ended. We are working on it.
okay.
And I know that's not a great answer, but,
Well, I know these things take time. I mean, I just know. I went through this in La Plata County here just recently, where they lifted the moratorium around Bayfield, the town of Bayfield. Bayfield voted for a 3-mile circumference, that there'd be no commercial cultivation. And we have just recently had that circumference was shrunk, I think, just to Bayfield proper, and now it's going through the La Plata County Commissioners,
right.
and they have to do their due diligence. It's pretty much the same thing. So I understand it takes time. It's just we're so heavily invested in this property, and believe me, we'd rather be growing hemp than marijuana because there's just the regulations and the scrutiny is just so much more stringent. But this is just where we find ourselves. You know, we've explored growing vegetables. You know, I think I said this last time I was here. We've looked at other commodities to produce, and it won't pay the light bill. You know, when you have 214 1,000 watt lights, it's a pretty tall bill there at the end of the month. And then the property improvement on there took our tax basis from $2,000 to now I think it's $14,000 a year. That's what the county said, that the improvement is $14,000 now, Bobby.
Plus or minus. Well, we could bulldoze it and then.
That's not an option. That's not an option. But thank you guys.
You know, like I said, we are looking at it. The doors are not closed at all.
Okay.
I mean, we've looked at the ordinance. We actually were presented an ordinance. We looked at it a couple months ago. It was not anywhere close to what was suitable or would even fit for this county. So we had another one that was presented a couple weeks ago. We actually were able to review it yesterday, and you know, that is a process too. So.
Understand, sir.
Another what was presented yesterday?
Another draft ordinance was presented by the sheriff. So, I know where you're, I understand your frustration, trust me. But until we.
We're trying to figure out what to do, and everybody going broke in the meantime, but, you know. And we got taxes to pay.
Sure.
Where are those gonna come from? You know, y'all want y'all taxes? I wanna pay them.
Yeah.
But if I can't, well, then what? What are we gonna do? You know, yeah, we built a building, you know, things didn't work out. It's not anybody's fault.
Right.
We're just trying to figure out what to do.
Right.
And time, money's running out.
Yeah.
And time is part of that, right? So the longer it takes, you know, we might not even be able to do it by then.
Mm-hmm.
Or have to go out and find more investors, or then you get more problems. There's lots of things that can take place. But
Lots of challenges on both sides of the table, and we understand that, and we thank you guys very much for your time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
y'all have a good one, thank you.
And where would, Commissioner Candelaria, where would I look for the presentation from yesterday?
It would be on our website. If you go to the YouTube, I think it's on the top left-hand corner. There'll be a YouTube button.
Yes,
Look
sir.
at yesterday's date,
Okay.
and it'll, we have our workshops also.
Very good. Thank you, guys.
Yep. Thank you, guys. Okay, Helen, if you'd like to come forward, I see you're in the building now.
I usually give myself 15 minutes before I have to speak. Sorry, I was a couple of minutes late.
You got stuck in construction.
I got stuck in construction.
Do
Y'all
you
have
know
stuff
what
going
the
on.
county flower of Montezuma County is?
No.
It's the orange construction barrel.
It's okay. I was gonna be so surprised with what flower you're gonna pull out. Do you actually know the flower though?
The orange construction barrel. Yeah.
Okay, good.
We're not complaining because with that construction, when it's finished, we're way better off.
Great.
So we're not complaining at all.
And those are just orange cone-shaped seeds. They bring on more.
Perfect. I love that. And it also resulted in me being a couple minutes late, so I apologize about that.
That's okay.
No worries.
You're fine.
If that's the worst thing that happens at a commissioner meeting this year, it's going to be a great year.
All right, cool. Well, we'll keep it going. Really nice to see you both again in person, and really nice to meet the rest of you that I haven't gotten to meet yet. So that's something to celebrate right there, I think. I'm Helen Katich. I work for Senator Hickenlooper. I'm the Southwest Regional Representative. So I know I've been kind of spamming your inboxes over the last little bit, but really happy to be here in person today, which was a big reason why I came down, is just to say hi and let you know that I'm in town. And just down the block and based out of Durango, over by Hermosa, and always happy to be coming down into Cortez, and had the day in Dolores County yesterday, so it's really nice to be getting out and about again. Senator wanted me to share a couple of things with you on what he's been working on over in DC. If that sounds all right, he's working on a handful of different bills and packages that I just wanted to share with you this afternoon. And then just again share that as things pop up, always feel free to call, email as you're working on things. It's great to keep in close contact as we work together right now. So a couple of things. The Senator, I grew up in Denver. I still sometimes call him Mayor Hickenlooper, so if I do that, I apologize in a really big way. But Mayor, Governor, Senator Hickenlooper is on a few different committees right now. So just a quick note, he's really leaning into his role. Instead of as governor overseeing the entire state, he's really able to zero into a number of different issue areas. So we're seeing a lot of work happen within 4 committees that he's sitting on right now. One of them is Space and Science. He's on the Small Business and Entrepreneurship Committee. He's on the Energy and Natural Resources Committee and the Commerce Committee. So there's a few different things that he wanted to make sure that I touched on this afternoon with y'all. One is Senator is a business guy. That's his lifeblood, and what it always seems to circle back into how can we support our small businesses around the Southwest and around the state. So he just introduced a small business package. It's 4 different bills focused on making the SBA easier to work with, essentially. So he has a story where he went for his first brewery. He applied, I think, to 29 different banks for a loan, and on the 30th he got it. And the SBA has a hard time with Hickenlooper because he's had to knock on their door so many times as a business owner. So small business package is specifically targeting the SBA, trying to make it more accessible. The first bill is introducing cooperatives as a viable business to be able to receive loans. My background is in food and ag, a lot of cooperative businesses in that line of work, so wanting to make sure that they're seen as legitimate businesses, even if they're cooperatives. So that's one piece. Next is integrating more dollars into venture capital, specifically targeting rural new projects as well as underserved communities, so communities of color and indigenous populations as well. Third one is making sure that there's Indigenous and Native representation on the SBA board and integrating additional funds into the Bureau of Indian Affairs component of the SBA. And the last is increasing the loan amount from $5 million to $10 million for any renewable energy companies out there. So just increasing that loan capacity, which I think will be a really important one. So that's one piece. I think he's kind of opening up the floodgates right now into how he wants to start working with the SBA. So just an invitation as you're speaking with your small business owners and business owners around the county. If they're running into problems, I would love to chat with them to hear what kind of barriers they're running into. It's an important piece of his work.
So the SBAs are all run through the local banks, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so there are certain banks that work really well with the SBA. Our regional bank that works really well with them is the First Southwest Bank over in Durango, but a lot of the Southwest population goes over to First Southwest Bank. They have a really skilled group that does a lot of the loans with the SBA, but yeah, through the banks.
Okay.
So one thing all of our small businesses are struggling with is workforce participation.
Yes.
And
Absolutely.
as long as the people in DC keep paying a large percentage of the population not to work, they're going to continue to struggle with that.
Yeah, I've heard loud and clear. He's a restaurant owner, or was a restaurant owner, and it is really hard right now. And so there's a few different pieces of information that he's been diving into. One is unemployment is a component of it. Housing is a component of it when housing costs continue to rise, and we see what back of kitchen staff are making. A lot of folks switched industries during COVID, we saw, and then childcare. is another really big piece of it. So all of these different components, I think, it's a huge concern right now. So tackling it from a number of different areas, heard on the unemployment payment piece. And I think it's a combination of different things happening all at the same time.
And if I'm not stepping out of bounds,
Yeah.
one thing that could help not make the housing problem any worse is I know there's a lot of aggressive movement to tie up more land and make it undevelopable. And when that land becomes locked from development, the value of the land that can still be developed goes up and drives the housing prices up.
Yeah.
So when you're considering how housing is affected by that, we've got to look at some of those wilderness bills and stuff like that
Sure.
too, and consider the trade-off and the land we're making no longer developable.
Yeah. Yeah. I've super heard. I think there's another component of density that he's been thinking about a lot is, the balance between preserving our public lands and preserving what makes a place a really beautiful place to live.
Right.
And a huge driver for our Colorado economy, right? It's billions of dollars every year integrated through Colorado recreation opportunities, a lot on our public lands. So all of these different components of making sure that economic development piece is really highlighted in all the preservation and protection bills. And then also how do we address the housing piece? There's a number of conversations that are happening around the western slope on really partnering with the National Forest Service on potential land exchanges to create more affordable workforce housing. So would love to keep in conversation if there are specific lands that you're looking at that are up for proposal that are impeding any sort of building. I know that just the cost of lumber right now, I bought a $75 pallet of wood the other day. So it's...
Yeah, if we could stop burning millions of acres of forest every year, that'd be great.
Yeah. Yeah. So would love to keep in touch about that. And just, let me know as you're talking to your small business owners in particular. Would love to keep in touch with them. So the next piece, he's on the HELP committee, which is the Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee. He's co-signing a bill, a rural health care bill, which integrates more dollars for a competitive grant process for any rural health clinic, as well as FQHCs, federally qualified health clinics. So it's just an additional pocket of money through a competitive grant, which could be put towards payroll, personnel, and infrastructure for our rural health clinics. So he's been partnering specifically with the Western Health Alliance, and he was in Grand Junction a couple weeks ago at a conference that they were holding, connecting with a lot of our Western rural healthcare owners and administrators who are running these rural health clinics on how to get more dollars in to support infrastructure for these clinics. So that's a big one that he's working on. He's on the Energy and Natural Resources Committee, so there's a couple of different things that we've been hearing from across the board as this last year was wild around our part of the state in terms of the number of people that were coming in. So we were hearing about folks camping on private lands a lot or hunting on private lands, tundra being run over by people just pulling over or parking and camping wherever they pleased. So it turns out that there's about 35,000 easements that have not been digitized through the National Forest Service, U.S. Forest Service, to show the borders between private lands and public lands. And so this Mapland Act, which Senator Hickenlooper is co-sponsoring, requires that the U.S. Forest Service digitizes all of the remaining easements that are just analog maps right now, which make it so that we don't know where the public-private border is for a lot of our entrances into public lands. So that's a big one. I was over in Dolores County and they were sharing stories on a lot of folks going in and hunting and crossing over wherever it was, and the apps that a lot of the hunters are using. I'm a skier and have an app on my phone, and if it's not digitized, those private land lines, then it's not on any sort of app or however it is that you get your information. You actually have to call the U.S. Forest Service and get your map printed off from them if it's analog right now. So that's a that's a really big one that he's working on right now, and making sure that we know how to enter our private lands and not cross over our public landowners' spots. The next piece is we've been working with the U.S. Forest Service and hearing that their capacity is really low, so they just don't have the money to integrate into hiring additional staff. One way that the senator is looking at this is he's co-sponsoring what's called the SHRED Act, speaking of skiing. And the ski mountains right now, they pay a certain tax to the U.S. Treasury Department, and all of that money leaves our communities. What the SHRED Act does is it takes 20% of what is paid to the Treasury Department to stay in our local communities, specifically for the U.S. Forest Service. And so that'll impact us in the Southwest with Telluride, Purgatory, and Wolf Creek to integrate more money into San Juan, our San Juan Mountains, and their capacity to have more staff to protect us from fire and the rest of it. So those are a couple of things that I wanted to mention. And then the last piece that he really wanted me to talk about was everything infrastructure is happening right now in DC, as I'm sure you all are well aware of. So he's working with a bipartisan committee. It's 11 Republicans, 10 Democrats, on pushing through a bipartisan bill for the infrastructure plan. There's a couple of things that he's specifically advocating for within the infrastructure package. One is water storage infrastructure. So it's a Western water component of the infrastructure package, specifically for updating any storage for rural Coloradans, Colorado communities.
Deal for you.
We've
got a couple locations for storage projects.
Great. Yeah. So that's what he's really looking at. I think a lot of us can agree that we need to update a large number of our infrastructure pieces around the country.
Well, you could jot down Plateau Creek. I know there's
Sure.
a proposed design
Great.
there, and you could
It's been on
follow
the
up
books
with
for
James.
many years.
Great. Yeah, so as he continues to work on that, it would be great if you have a couple of projects that he could use as examples as he's doing this work in DC on the importance of water storage for us in the Southwest in particular. Yeah, I have Plateau Creek, and if there's anything else that you want me to make sure that I highlight back to him, that would be great.
You know, I don't want to say anything in public, but you should probably check in with the town of Dove Creek and ask
Oh,
them
that's a great
about
idea.
their water
Yep.
situation, please.
Yeah. I just met with the Dolores County Commissioners over in Dove Creek yesterday, so I'll circle back around with them on that.
Cool.
It's a good idea. And the one other piece, he's on the Commerce Committee, so broadband is on his mind all the time, so he's working directly with the FCC. $65 billion is what we're seeing so far in the infrastructure package for broadband. He's specifically making sure that his whole piece is around rural broadband and connecting the middle mile, and making sure that there's federal dollars to support local work there. He had a conversation with Miriam from the Southwest COG probably 5 months ago about some of the FCC auctions that happened around the Southwest. He recently wrote a letter asking for the FCC to revoke some of the contracts over the Southern Ute and Mountain Ute Reservation as a request from the tribes. So he is more than well aware on how the FCC has or has not followed through on some of the promises of broadband in our communities. And so an invitation again, and would love to stay in contact as you continue to work on your broadband development, which I know there's a lot happening in Montezuma County right now. So if there's any pieces that we can do to help support, especially as this infrastructure package comes down, I'll translate all that information and share it back with you. And again, the more stories that we have on this is how Montezuma County is just taking the reins and building out broadband, and it's great for him to know, to see like what works, for example, which I know that y'all are working hard on that front. So those are the handful of priority projects that he wanted to make sure that we shared with Montezuma County in particular. But happy to field any questions anytime. And again, I think the more contact, the better, particularly when, if and when this package comes through, how we can integrate some of these dollars into water storage, into the work that you're doing for the broadband build out here, et cetera. So, yeah.
So when we spoke on the phone, you had mentioned that the
Yeah.
Lower Dolores NCA,
Thank you
which
for
caught
the
me
reminder. Yeah.
off guard because I thought that was in Bennett's office.
It
So I don't know
is.
if he handed that over to Hickenlooper or
No, so thank you for this. I did connect with Bennett's office about it. They are planning on briefing all of the Southwest counties, I think, in 2 weeks. So we'll be briefed as the same time that you all are on the NCA.
So that's going to get pushed back
Yeah.
2 weeks.
And they're not doing any much with it right now. I think we're all feeling the reality of water down here right now. It's intense. And so we'll hear from Bennett's office, I think, in the next 2 weeks, 2 or 3 weeks. John Whitney is out of town right now, so he'll be back at the end of this week, I believe.
Okay.
Great.
Questions, comments?
It's really nice to see y'all. I'm excited to come back, so really nice to meet you too. Thanks so much for having me. And if there's ever, I love county fairs, whatever is happening, feel free to shoot me an invite. I'd be really excited to come down.
Friday night at the concert then.
Friday night at the concert. Nice.
Our county fair is this weekend.
Oh, it is?
Well, it
Oh,
starts.
that's great.
The concert starts and then it goes.
Oh, amazing.
Next week.
Through the
So-
next week, ended up.
Through next week,
ends
okay.
up Saturday the 31st, or maybe even August 1st with the rodeo. They have
Oh my
rodeo
gosh.
this year.
Okay, thanks. Thanks so much.
31st, bring your checkbook. You can buy a cow or pig or goat.
I have room for it.
Okay.
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you guys so much.
All right.
Really nice to see y'all.
Thank you, Helen.
Thank you.
Okay, gosh, Mr. Ian, what do you have if you have anything?
Not a lot of updates. We continue to move towards closure with the Road 41 matter down Weber Canyon. The time for an appeal of the judge's order lapsed, and no notice of appeal was filed indicating that the landowners down there were not planning to appeal. It now looks like they may try to ask for an extension of time, which we'll certainly oppose, but the book's not totally closed. We're still trying to get that final decision on that. But the district court judge has issued orders dismissing both of their claims. So that's where we're at with that. We've got the other road issue involving Road Y, and we continue to work through that. I filed a motion a couple weeks ago asking that the BLM and several oil and gas companies down there be joined in the case, since that road does provide access to some of their drilling pads. So we're waiting on a response on that. Social services continues to be busy, as always, with child protection cases. And so that's what I have to update today.
Okay, thank you. James, do you want to
He
comment?
is on a conference call right now, so I just told him we'll go first.
Okay.
With our reports. So I
Well,
guess
you're up
that
next.
brings me up. And if I could get the guy running the slides to keep up. The first thing I need from the commissioners is, as you know, we set aside certain money to be spent out of the capital fund, and a lot of that is nearing completion now, the flooring and other items like that. The amount we set to be transferred from general to capital in the budget was $384,861, and it is now time to transfer that in there if you want to be able to pay those bills. That's not all flooring, that's total projects that we were going to do it, that we needed to subsidize from general to capital. Flooring is nowhere near 300,000.
So do you actually have a number for it, a transfer number?
The transfer amount is $384,861.
Right, but on the order number 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
What do you want?
I want I want 3-2021.
Okay. Any questions, comments?
No.
Gentlemen?
I would move that we transfer $384,861 from the general fund to the capital fund for the cost of capital projects for 2021. That deal would be order number 3-2021.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to accept order number 3, 2021, for a transfer of $384,861 from the general fund to the capital fund for the costs of capital projects for 2021. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you. All right, so the next thing that I have for the commissioners is you're familiar with the Regional Recovery and Resiliency Grant that we applied for and were awarded, and looking for the MOU on that. Here we go. We need to sign a memorandum of understanding with DOLA on that. It outlines the scope of work. Let me resize this here for just a second. During this project, relevant regional community team, staff, and other key stakeholders, and Montezuma County is the lead on this, to introduce groundwork sessions led by the state partnership team, develop economic recovery and resiliency plans specific to each regional community team. Again, our regional team is Montezuma County, Dolores County, Mancos, Cortez, Dolores, Dove Creek, Rico, Region 9, Axis, and the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe, and reimagining the rural economy data analysis guidance, and building the roadmap, and then reporting on it. The deliverables, successful completion of the project results in adoption of the team, which we've discussed about, and a roadmap to expedite the shape of recovery from COVID-19. And again, we've talked about our number one priority being diversifying our economy. And then DOLA's roles and responsibility is to work with the state partnership team, which is, remember, they're going to be providing the consultant, manage the recruiting, selection, pairing, and payment of roadmap consultants. So all the management on that end is done by DOLA. Provide ongoing educational support, and provide materials for the team, and then clearly communicate. And then our responsibilities are to be the primary points of contact, facilitate the meetings, and actively participate in all the phases of the economic recovery. So I ran this by Ian. Ian, I don't believe, had any objections with it.
Yeah, that's correct. This looks good to me. I mean, I think the important thing for you guys to keep in mind is DOLA is the fiscal sponsor, and so we're going to have some duties for this memo, but ultimately that's going to revolve more around reporting, and really it's all stuff that we want to move forward with and do, and so I don't see any problem here.
And so if you guys want to approve this MOU, I've got the signature page here.
Move we approve the memorandum of understanding with DOLA version 6/22/21.
Now second it.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to accept and sign the MOU with version 6/22/21 with the Department of Local Affairs. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, next I'll report out on our time at NACO. One of the first classes I attended was on economic development and workforce development, and I was a little concerned because they spent most of that time as a work group asking the feds that were there to commit certain amounts of billions for this project and certain amounts of millions for that project. And I thought, good night, guys. I'm not sure you're understanding how the economy works, but the feds ran out of money about $29 trillion ago. So that was very concerning to me. I don't know what their chances of getting that are, but they asked for a lot of money, and we're hemorrhaging money. So I did go to several American Rescue Plan sessions, one of them on broadband, which it turns out the broadband money in the American Rescue Plan is supposed to be the last mile only. So apparently Senator Hickenlooper is working on a different type of infrastructure.
Which is the middle mile.
Which would be middle mile. But it turns out American Rescue Plan money is last mile only. I think that's tailored to inner city areas where they have all the middle mile, but students don't have internet access at home. But out here, it wouldn't make sense to run last mile to everybody's house when there's no middle mile. So that part.
Still working on the first mile.
Yeah, we don't have any middle mile, so last mile isn't going to help here. I did attend classes on how to calculate revenue loss that's supposed to be offset with that. And then I did attend some on mental health and some on the opioid response. I took the information that I got out of those classes and we used it to update our website, which I'm going to increase for the people on YouTube right now to see. And we've added a behavioral health tab to our website since I've been back, and all kinds of information on here from the DEA for all kinds of prevention. There's actually different curriculum that if you as a parent need or if the schools need, we've got everything from elementary, middle school, high school, and college. And then we've got a whole section direct from the DEA educating on the different drugs and the different problems they cause, how to identify them, whatever. All of that information is available on our website now. So if you want to find out about marijuana, steroids, stimulants, depressants, inhalants, you can click on that and you've got the information you need that's right there. And I won't take the time to go through all of that, but we've updated all of their information into our website. So again, if you are struggling with or you need a curriculum for your school or you have a family member and you need information here, we've added all of that to our website. And I want to give a shout out to our IT team because, you know, we got back on late Tuesday. And, you know, in less than a week, they've incorporated all of this information into our website. So I appreciate them getting that done. And then one of the links we put on there is, and let me, a link to a company that I learned about there called PsychHub. And this is a multimedia platform for mental health, but some of the different deals they have on there. Say you want to get involved and you want to learn about certain things, you can do that right here as a layperson. The Mental Health Ally can take you through mental health competency, take you through substance use awareness, take you through diversity in mental health, overcoming biases, suicidal behavior. So if you or someone you're concerned with is struggling with that, you can find links to all of that on our website now, including, so you can take their classes. The smallest link is like for $15 a year. They have an ongoing podcast, which I'm going to have to, let me get into that here. Oops, could help if I could study. They've got a podcast link with several different podcasts. One of them's a professional one, The Future of Mental Health, and that's for people that are in the mental health profession. But then the Ask the Expert industry, that's a podcast where they're just dealing with questions from lay people. And apparently you can submit questions. So if there's, right now I believe they've got 14 episodes. And you can submit questions and they'll do an episode on that and get back to you. So if there's something that you're struggling with in regards to that, they're putting that information out. So all of that's available to you, and it's linked on our website now for you to be able to reach out to that. And also from that link, if you happen to be, and we have several, through social services, we've got some counselors and stuff like that. If you're an actual clinician, you can register on there and you can get your continuing education units that are certified through there as well. So I did want to let the community know that if you need those links, they're now available on our county website. So one thing that I was startled to hear, I was in one of the opioid settlement cases, and there was a speech given by retired Major General Barry L. Price of the U.S. Army, and he was saying that the United States has 4% of the world's population, and yet we are consuming, and I recorded his speech, so I've got that on my phone if anybody wants to watch it. 4% of the world's population, and we're consuming 82% of the world's painkillers. So that's an alarming statistic that I found. So that's what I brought back from NACO, and that's all updated. It's on our website, so feel free to take a look at it and browse around. And that concludes my report, unless the commissioners have anything.
Gentlemen?
No.
Okay. All right, James is still not in here, so Rachel, did you have something that you wanted to address?
Just if you're going to talk about redistricting, Doug had to go, but
I told her that, I told the GIS department that was going to come up during your reports.
Okay, well, come on up, let's go ahead and talk about it a little bit as far as the redistricting. And we'll just start right there.
can I stand?
Absolutely.
I don't know, can you?
Hello?
You can stand or you can sit.
Okay, as far as like redistricting, the census, or what we do is we try to minimize the impact of redistricting and make sure that it still represents the original intent. So unfortunately, like at the state level, we don't really have input. But when it comes to like commissioner districts, we will be redistricting those. But we will keep the original intent of those and trying to minimize the impact of that. And the census tract boundaries allow for, redistricting in many ways. So,
So is the census driving the redistricting through just the population?
yeah, you want to make sure that each district has a similar population, so you really have to make sure that you're spreading it out evenly while also, you know, keeping like neighborhoods together and, you know, because one way to redistrict the community is, since Cortez has such like a big population concentrated, you could have just the city of Cortez be one district, but that's not what we want.
Right.
You know, so you've got to pull chunks of the city out to each district to, you know, make sure that the population is even in each.
So we do that locally and then send it to the state?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. And on the county and city level, it is usually GIS people doing it, the redistricting. As far as the state, I'm not sure, you know, who they task to.
So we really can't address the redistricting as far as them splitting Montezuma County from the east to the west? That's nothing reporting that we do in our local GIS department? That's through the state?
Yeah, if it's for congressional.
This is not congressional, this would be more for state.
Which one is it?
Yeah, this is, I think this is the national congressional
a-
district.
Okay.
I think what I was curious about was for the state congressional.
For the state
And
congressional.
let me see if I can
because
pull
they have
that
a
map
split
up.
in half. So if you look at this map, this is just one that's sitting here.
Mhm.
It splits us
And I
in
can put
half.
that on the Elmo.
Oh, it does?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, put it on the Elmo.
It's got us basically
Really?
split
Yeah, I
east and
think
west,
the
and then-
state one is far more concerning than the national one.
which is concerning to me. We're gonna be, we're gonna have two separate.
So I'll zoom in.
Wow.
on
They must be for, well, and then it looks like they take a chunk out of Delta too. Like there's several counties that are.
Delta has a little
Mhm.
piece out of it, but I don't understand how they're putting this together, and how would they split one county into 52nd and leave half of us in the 53rd? So my conversation with Mark Catlin the other day is, we're gonna talk to him on the west side, and on the east side, we're gonna be talking to somebody else. And it could be opposing, I mean, it could be the same, but it doesn't make sense logically to split any county in half.
Right.
So for us here in Montezuma County, it's probably one of my biggest issues or concerns right now that I'm trying to look at or deal with, and how do we cure this? So it's not, the data's not presented by our GIS department to the
Mhm.
state, it's just the state doing it?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough because I feel like they don't use local knowledge or local GIS folks who have a really, you know, grasp on the area. Because this is an issue that's been brought up with the GIS Colorado organization as well as the state. There's a disconnect. The state doesn't understand that they're a huge resource in drawing things like this. You know, with like, they wanted to use a California company to consult on doing this instead of a free GIS group that was willing to volunteer their time for this. I would say we could, you know, talk to people and advocate for, you know, is there like a comment period for this? You know, can you have like advocacy groups help?
This will be a conversation I have with CCI on Friday.
Mhm.
And then obviously I'll be talking to Mr. Catlin again sometime this week, just to figure out how we're gonna, it doesn't make any sense to split this county in half.
Especially with how low our population is.
Yeah, you know, we might hit 30,000, but we don't know that yet. We don't have those numbers back, and we
Mhm.
might not.
Right, and they use, you know, population as the determining factor, but.
Well, La Plata County already has basically 60,000.
Mm-hmm.
And they're taking, I mean, I'm not sure what the percentage would be, but that much more population, because it's obviously in the upper, there's not a lot of population there, the way this is drawn. But I don't know where that piece on the N, T, and Z actually lie, looking at this map. So I'll
Right.
probably just be getting with you and then some of our state reps to figure out how we can combat this and get this back to where our counties in, as a county as a whole.
Yeah, I'd say the GIS department is definitely willing to help understand their reasoning behind these boundaries and help, you know, inform whoever makes these decisions against this. So,
gentlemen, I have a little bit of input on this. I've been working with the state as well. When I saw this, I immediately sent an email up to the Secretary of State's office wanting to know, because it's a preliminary, am I reading it the correct way, and so on and so forth. And I have an email that I thought I had sent to you guys about where they're explaining that this is very preliminary and that they're going through a public comments section of time, and that it could change because of that public comment. And so, but I don't know, if you want, I can read you the email if you want to see what he says.
I don't think I got that, Kim, or maybe.
because we could do comments as well to have more people from here giving comment.
So basically, he said, I am reading the map correctly. They are based on estimates and extrapolations rather than official data. I guarantee you the districts and boundaries will change several times in the next 6 months, in many cases by a lot. He says that they'll release staff plans shortly after August 16th, and that will be based on official data and will provide a better idea of the way the commission thinks that the congressional and state legislative districts ought to look. But even the staff plans will change based on the public comments the commission receives in the upcoming 21 public meetings, which will not be completed until after the staff plans are released. So after they have that, then we'll have a better idea of exactly what it's going to be. I just wanted to add that to it.
And when is the public comment? When does it end?
It just says 21 public meetings. It doesn't say when it ends.
Okay.
We may not know anything certain until December 15th or 29th. The constitutional deadline for the Supreme Court to approve final congressional and state legislative plans was effectively shortened 2 months. Two of the amount of time counties had completed all the work they needed to do in their ends. They were talking about us getting it all set up and ready for the next year's elections.
Because I'm sure that Garfield County's gonna oppose it, Delta County's gonna oppose it, we're gonna oppose it. You can't cut. I mean, it just doesn't make sense to me to cut counties in pieces.
Well, and it'd make more sense for San Juan to be with La Plata County, because if you think about geographically the way people flow and ideas flow.
Yeah, it's in the mountains instead of, where they have it. So, okay, well then I'll keep following up with you, Kim, and with Mr. Catlin, and we'll kind of see.
And if you didn't forward that, can you forward that to Doug and I?
Yeah, I'll forward what I received here.
Okay.
Okay. So it's not so much a congressional districts that my concern was, it was more with the redistricting of these preliminary, our representatives.
Yeah, and that's
Because
important.
right now, specifically through COVID, I mean, I was on the phone with Mr. Catlin and Quorum almost at least weekly to get some of our needs taken care of down here. And it's going to be tough when you have two different people to try and communicate with.
Right. And that's going to be hard for the residents, yeah. So, yeah, we'll help in any way and advocate. So just let us know.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joel, you want to go next?
Yeah, this last week I attended the Mancos Town board meeting. They're finally fully staffed over there. They've been about 2 years understaffed, but they've filled all of their positions over there. Their bridge project is kind of plugging along. They're short on materials and stuff over there. They're waiting on rebar and stuff like that to finish that project. I kind of planted a bug in their ear about maybe do a land swap. They want to do a workshop with their board and our board one of these days and talk about the airport property.
And so
They-
that'll be the first Monday in August.
Okay.
So 2 weeks away. Perfect.
They did pass a deal, they got that payment in lieu of for their developments and over there, and they get $25,000 an acre for their payment in lieu of the land swap on their,
From the Forest Service?
no, from their private deals on subdivisions and stuff. So, that might be why they don't build a lot over there, I don't know. They passed that night. They moved it from $15,000 an acre to $25,000 an acre for payment in lieu of the land swaps like we do and stuff. And a few phone calls, a lot of reading and educating myself on some of this stuff this week.
25,000, so that's in the city of Mancos.
City of Mancos, yes.
So instead of taking it for parks, like the city of
Right.
Cortez does, they can take their payment.
In lieu
In
of,
lieu of.
yeah, because they say they have enough parks and that kind of stuff, so it's,
So just pay them 20,000 per acre
yep.
of what it would be. Oh, wow.
So if you got 10 acres, it's gonna cost you 25,000 to, or 250,000.
Well, it would be the park size, the way that, yeah. Okay.
And they did say that they had another piece of property that lays kind of north of Mancos out there by the nursing home that would be a developmental spot, because remember when we were doing that they do own some property out north of town there that could be used for industry or something. Lays on the, as you're going out of Mancos on 184, it would lay on the south side of the deal there, just north of the nursing home there. They got 8 or 10 acres right in there. So,
Okay. So my question is it developable with water?
I think so, they've got water and everything there.
Okay. Anything else?
No, I think that
All
was
right.
it.
Okay.
Yeah, answered a few phone calls and did a little bit of reading. Tried to sit in on the city council meeting through YouTube and was having some problems. But from what I could get from it, they did consider making July 24th National Cowboy Day. Is that right, Joel? Have you heard anything like that?
No, a little bit, I haven't.
Okay. And they certified some people to do inspections on their big water storage tanks up above Cortez out there on County Road N. And it was pretty low-key that night. All council members were in the building and not much citizens participation. And they appointed some people to their arts advisory, and that was about the end of it. Then they went into executive session, and that's when I quit.
All right. Well, I'll kind of bring you up to speed a little bit. Yesterday in our workshop, we had a presentation from Andrew Schmidt from Enterprise, which is basically looking at what we can do with our fleet department, basically the pickups, cars, so on and so forth, nothing with the yellow iron, looking at 5 years to 100,000 miles turnover instead of what we currently have of 150,000 miles in 15 years. We'll be looking at deeper and seeing if it's something that we want to entertain or not. We also met with Christian Discipleship, is that correct, Shaq? Is that what they?
Yes, yeah,
Alliance?
the Christian Discipleship Center on Road L.
A gentleman, gentlemen, there were several of them in here, looking at, what can we do to help with assisting the churches that already have these types of programs in place instead of trying to reinvent the wheel. You know, we do have some of this money coming from our opioid settlement. It's not enough really to do sticks and bricks for us, but it might be enough for us to help with these organizations, to help them with what they currently have in place. And it seems like the churches can do way more than government can with a lot less. Housing and staffing were two of the biggest takeaways that I had written down. Housing helps because they can actually house the people on site, and the other issue is right now they don't have enough staffing to even supply over 50% of what they have for housing. We then had our presentation from the Department of Revenue, which again was presented by Brian Diet and Rachel Redman, as far as the licensing processing of the marijuana throughout the state of Colorado. We went over the ordinance with the sheriff, and that's a draft ordinance which we, again, as I stated before, will be taking, you know, another look at that with the modifications that we had made yesterday.
And that reminded me, Commissioner, with your talk on that, I did find the information for the Salvation Army that is still functional, their rehabilitation center in Denver, so I have that displayed on the screen right now, and we'll get that out as well.
Okay.
And that's the women's only. The men's program shut down up there.
That's the one they have left.
Yep.
So we'll push that out as well.
That pretty much took care of that issue. I was actually obviously back with Shaq at NACO. He presented a lot of the things that he had went to. We pretty much conquered and divided all different locations. But one of the days that we actually had a little bit of time, and we went down to the monuments in Washington, and for me was watching the guys that arrived to start taking down that fence at the Capitol. We got there, and there were trucks, crews showing up, and they started disassembling it and taking it down. And I got to tell you, that was awesome to actually be there physically on site, watching them take that thing down. So our nation, our capital, is actually back open, which to me is a very, very good sign. The NACO conference being in person, I got to tell you, was phenomenal. Some of the speakers we saw were pretty good. And then I got to take the opportunity in the largest venue and the largest crowd I've ever addressed so far in my life. A little intimidating to get on stage with, I don't know, 2,500 people in the audience, and kind of get up there and have my minute of glory and get off the stage. But nevertheless, it was a great experience, and I did bring back the rain, unlike Shaq, who did not. So I will conclude with that for my report.
And let me see if James can break free now.
Thank you. You good? Eight's my limit.
You can make it a 10. Like, 3.5.
I don't do the half, I remember.
I would seriously question a half of one of those.
That wouldn't even be a bite.
I know.
He's Pretty sneaky, though.
You avoid chocolate too?
No,
No?
no. That's a, very much a downfall of mine.
So James is still tied up in a conference call. You want to just read these letters out loud and say?
I guess we can go ahead and do that.
Okay.
I guess you can.
Here you go, Shaq.
Commissioner Lindsay's trying to get me in trouble. He wants me to smart off and say something inappropriate, and you all know I would never do that.
Don't you think she's worth putting her picture on the refrigerator?
You know what? I'm
you
not
both
going
of
down
these
this
signed?
rabbit hole with you.
So,
They're two different ones, I
I would
believe.
advise you to.
I'm not-
Chuck, I don't know if you need to display and read the whole thing. These are.
Yeah, I think I've accidentally.
I think as long as we know that we're just looking at the Plateau Fire Restoration Project for the San Juan National Forest in the Dolores Ranger District, and,
Oops.
Alonza Mineral Limited Twin Canyon Exploration Drilling Project, 1950 to 2400.
And then I guess, is this one more, the one from the USDA shack?
No, that's something he was going to brief you all on.
these are letters of support, right, for these?
So one of them, the one to the Twin Canyon Exploration Drilling project was a request for comments. And we've made our comments based on supporting multiple use, economic diversity. I can read the 3 pages of that if you want. And then
They're
one-
both for comments.
they're both for comment, correct? They're both inputting comment from public resource.
And the other one basically has to do to the viable timber stock in Montezuma County within this restoration, Plateau Fire Restoration Project.
We can go forward at the same time, or?
Sure.
I would move that we send these letters, one, the Alianza Mineral Limited Twin Canyon Exploration Drilling Project, and the other one is the Plateau Fire Restoration Project.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to accept and send the comment letters to the San Juan National Forest, Dolores Ranger District, both of them, one in regards to the Plateau Fire Restoration Project, and the other one to the Mineral Limited Twin Canyon Exploration Drilling Project, 1950/2400. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And that actually will take all 3 signatures.
I know you guys aren't about to quit at halftime on me.
What's that?
I know you're not about to quit at halftime.
Not even-
Last night we stayed till 7. If you don't got another 4 hours in you,
We got it? What
pass
else you
them
got?
back to Kim.
Okay.
I don't need to sign.
So that would be everybody on the report. Do you want to brief us on that? I haven't seen anything on the USDA, or is that just James himself, or?
I did forward that to you this weekend, but yeah, this is from James. It is their request for input, to which he responded in the letter.
Okay.
This is the letter you signed was in response to this
So
request.
everything has been addressed then?
Yep.
Okay. So do you have anything else?
I have nothing else.
Magic trick joke.
No, stop. So you could,
Move we adjourn?
yeah.
Okay.
I'll second it.
So it's been moved and seconded that we adjourn this meeting of the Board of County Commissioners for July 20th, 2021. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That went back to Kim. Thank you, guys. See you later.
Thanks,
Have a
Dexter.
good day.